Good morning, everybody. Give me 1 second, please, as we get set up for the day. Hello. This is Best Spy Live Trading. Today is Friday, August 8th, 2025. We're live again from Princeton, New Jersey. What we'll do on this live stream is best analyze the intraday stock market using cycle analysis, pivot point, trend analysis, and many more to find a trend direction, wind direction, and to play the traps using time and cycle. Good morning. Good morning, Captain. Good morning, Zach. The news we have overnight is stock futures rise after Dow posts a loss on Thursday's trading. Live updates. S&P futures have risen 0.2% and Nasdaq 100 futures climbed 0.2%. The news we have today is 10 a.m. Fed is speaking, and at 11 there is a White House press conference coming out. Time is 9:28 on the board. It's very important to mark the previous day, 4 p.m. close as well as a 9:30 open. QQQ is at 570.46. Looking like overnight bullish since 8:30 in the morning. We dropped at about 7:45 in the morning as well. We are at POC in between 4 p.m. close and 9:30 open. Market is opening in 30 seconds. I don't know why my indicators are gone. Okay, 9:30 open. Bulls are trying to push. Let's just fix a bunch of things. Time is 9:30. Bulls are pushing for 30 seconds. QQQ at previous day 9:30 open almost. Bulls are coming in. I think we get a 632 retest today though in the morning. Let's see. QQQ bullish. At previous day 9:30 open. SPY at POC. Something happened to my indicators. I don't know what happened overnight. POC. Yeah, we'll do it like that for now. Retested 9:30 previous day open on QQQ. Right at open 9:30. Time is 9:35 and 50 seconds. Let's see if the bulls regain this and hover. Go look at how SPX opened. SPX, we have a gapped up open from yesterday. Bullish push from yesterday's close into today. QQQ still bullish. It's just pre-market bullishness pushing into 930 at the minimum. This is the 930 roof. This is the 934. Time is 9:35. 9:35. We're testing the floor. Off of the previous thing, 9:30 open on QQQ. We're in the middle. This is mixed. They just retested this top, and we are at the middle. Retested the top, we are at the middle. Showing bullishness, but we could easily go retest the 4 p.m. close. Candles are deciding. Time is 9:35. Looking like bear push trying, but cannot trust anything until bear pushing. I'm gonna go in 1K QQQ. Time is 9:35. We broke the floor. Time is 9:35. We broke the floor. One big ass candle. Time is 9:35. Time is 9:35. Wind is 5 minutes south. Wind is for 5 minutes south. We're right at the floor that we just broke. 9:35. Shit is way too fucking dangerous for me to be drawing. I'm gonna leave into this candle right now, okay? We broke the floor at 9:35 and we're trying to bear trap. I did not leave into this spike. SPY, QQQ bear trap and fuck. SPY at the midpoint, QQQ above the midpoint. At 9:35. Man. I got a spike for literally 30 seconds, but I did not leave because I was doing shit. Now I might be trapped. I'm gonna have to leave into 940 if this goes higher. Time is 9:36, 9:35, and we're at the midpoint. We were showing roof and we went to the midpoint. We went to the bottom and went to the midpoint. Okay, I'm leaving. I'm out. Fuck. I did not leave into this candle. I could not. It's way too fucking fast, and I was busy changing charts. I was kind of thinking I shouldn't be changing charts and I should just leave, but yeah, it's too late. Time is 9:40. We're at the roof, trying for the roof. Morning cycles are super fast. I joined here, somewhere here, and I really could not leave into that. Because I was doing this shit. Time is 9:30. 7. HOD. LOD. see what happens. QQQ trying to break the roof. Broke the roof into 940 itself, so now wind changing on QQQ, saying north. A little bear cycle happening on SPY as well. Into 940 trying. There's a divergence on the roof. MACD is more bullish on QQQ than it was on SPY to break the roof. Let's see if SPY breaks the roof. I think that candle was for people that joined here, right, to leave. But I think I went in too late, but I could not leave into that shit. I was thinking there was going to be another one more red candle, to be honest. But it did not happen. It did not happen. Real question, why don't you hold it? Because I could get burnt. I could get burnt to crispy toast. Krispy Kreme toast. When QQQ showing north like this and SPY showing south, I mean, we're doing that on purpose. So just to watch a little bit and let the divergence clear. Let them show us. I went in QQQ thinking, right, QQ was a little bit slower than SPY. And I went in and it was just way too fucking late. By the time he was here, I was changing fucking charts and shit. Not a good idea in the morning time. Time is 9:39, 9:40. QQQ is still bullish. SPY. Making a high into 940. SPY looking kind of weird. SPY looking weird. Right at the middle. Previously 4 p.m. and 9:30 open. We're at the midpoint. SPY is at the roof, or QQQ is at the roof, I mean. Time is 9:41. MACD is dying on SPY. Still bullish in the 5-minute. The difference between QQQ and SPY right now. QQQ going higher, SPY hovering at the midpoint. QQQ flying into 9:41. Time is. SPY breaking the roof, trying at 9:40 looks like. Bullishness coming, showing. Roof breaking. Roof broke. High today, 9:40. Wind is showing north on QQQ and SPY together now. Above previous day 9:30 open on QQQ. SPY. Time is 9:40. Could get a high into 9:45, but it's looking like a 9:40 push into 9:45. 9:40 push into 9:45. Candle closes in 18 seconds. Wind is showing north. It's just delayed on SPY. This is 945 itself. High today at 945. So the bulls are in control. Pivot points are showing. Wind points or wind direction is showing for now. Look at this SPY MACD. Came in on QQQ running like that. And that one single candle. Now we're at the roof. At the roof. It's 945 rejection starting tiny, but one single cycle, no confirmation, shorting off the roof basically. $9.45. Possible bull trap, be careful, but I mean that was a bear trap from morning, so for right now the bulls are in control until cycles time confirmation tells us it's no longer a bullish trend. So 945 is bouncing, trying in one single minute at 943, 944, different times on SPY QQQ. Breaking the roof easily into time is 945 still. That was the pullback to go along, but like what the kind of pullback is that? 945. Wow. What a bull party on SPY. Look at that candle. What a bull party on SPY. Look at that candle. Time is 9:45. Low key FOMO, but I gotta hold out. 5 minutes pushing up since open. QQQ MACD still coming in bullish showing. SPY MACD crazy bullish showing to that one big candle. This is 9:45 still. Wow. 9:45. They're burning puts from yesterday on this move, but like, holy man. We went from 633 to 635 for now. Maybe previously 9:30 a.m. coming. It is so bullish. It is so bullish. Time is 9:50. This is 9:45 into 9:50 itself. Oh my lord. 9:45 into 9:50 itself. Who could have expected that kind of pullback though? So damn bullish. How much percent is that? Like, holy. Wow. Morning cycles. They bear trapped and then ran crazy high. Nice. Someone printed 64% on the video calls. NVDA calls. Time is 9:50 HOD. One single, no cycle, rejection coming from the roof. Right below, previous day 9:30 open. This is 9:50. Let's see what happens at 9:50 into 9:55. That was a weird pullback to go long, but one hell of a candle, right? What the one hell of a candle. Small pullback coming. Time is 9:50. 9:50 rejection started at 9:48 a.m. Let's see if we get some sort of bounce off this. I think we will. This is one single cycle shorting, so I mean, unless they're trapping people off the hope of hitting 9:30 a.m. for now, I don't see like a significant pullback, if that makes sense. Candle coming in, trying to go back up, bouncing at 9:50 itself. Let's see if this is real. 16 seconds. Candle closes. SPY looking way better than QQQ. Doji candle, communist candle coming. Green on SPY, red on QQQ. Trying for the roof. Time is 9:50 still. It's one single cycle. SPY is looking okay. QQQ looks weak. Let's see. SPY breaking the HOD into 9:50 itself in this candle. This cycle bear is getting trapped still. This cycle not. Divergence at the roof. So divergence at the roof. QQQ showing slight pullback. SPY at the roof still. No pullback. At 535.36, QQQ at 572.25. It's been 20 minutes. 9:55 is here in 5 seconds. 9:55 is here. 9:55 at the roof on SPY. MACD has pulled back on QQQ. Not on the 5 minute, on the 1 minute. It has on the 5 minute. It has not on SPY. Hovering at the roof, cycling right below the roof. 9:55. Roof is breaking into 9:55, looks like, and they're still trying to push it higher. Man. Previous 9:30 a.m. almost being touched. That might be a touch. Need to go look at the exact level, but probably will touch since we are here. Time is 9:55. Every 5 minutes going up. Nine, 6. Time is 9:55. QQQ having a confirmation rejection. Not really. Yeah. SPY at the roof still. MACD, everything is still strong. On the bigger picture. 5 minute, 30 minute being bullish. If you look at the pre-market, it was being bullish since 8:35, and then they were going right up. Time is 9:55. It's actually touch. Bulls are still in control. Bullish day for now. HOD breaking into 9:55. Our previous state 9:30 open from open. Why is that line gone? It's 570 to 572.73 on QQQ. SPY 634 to 635.74. $9.55. Still bullish, but we are at previous day 9:30 open. Dude, look at the one. That is crazy. What a crazy push. At open too. Crazy push into close yesterday. Crazy push at open. Crazy push at open. Like, I wasn't expecting this because we did this yesterday close. Like, we do that shit into open too. Same size. Man, time is 10 a.m. Time is 10 a.m. HOD at 10 on SPY. $535.84. $535.84. Going higher still. Small cycles going higher, showing still. Unless there's some trap building, but no confirmation. Too short at the top yet, as of yet. Just the fact that we're at previous day 9:30 open now. We could hover here, we could chop here, we could, go below and then retest, but let's see, time is 9:59, 10 a.m. Time is 9:59, 10 a.m. I don't know what's wrong with my charts, man. They're just gone. Every one of them is just literally being messed around and gone. Yeah. That is not it. Time is 10. Still going higher on SPY. QQQ having a doji candle right underneath the HOD. SPY higher into 10. Time is, the difference in the MACD is paramount at the moment. Difference in the MACD is paramount at the moment. The 5-minute MACD is bigger for some reason. Going into 10. Time is 10:01, 10 a.m. Wow. So yeah, no short. Wow. They're at 636.26 now. Holy. Holy, being super bullish. Time is 10:02. What a pop. This is 10 a.m. push. 10 a.m. 10 a.m. HOD on QQQ. So that cycle was fake. Let's see what happens with this cycle from the roof on 10 on QQQ and on SPY. There's no confirmation to short yet, but I want to short. I low-key want to do it, but like, you know, everything's still saying north, right? 5 minutes still saying north. But I feel like that pop was that is a crazy pop. Look at that MACD. It popped on that crazy MACD and we broke the divergence above previous day 9:30 open. Above previous day 9:30 open, and time is 10. So 30 minutes we were going up like crazy, or 25 minutes. Could go still higher. There's no confirmation to go anything but higher for now. Wow. Yesterday there was a crazy spike down at 9:25, and then we went lower than that, right? And then today there was a crazy spike down at 9:25 on Robinhood, and then we went crazy high on that. You guys see that spike? Like, holy man. You're still going higher into 10:05. Today is literally just going to the top end of the channel, looks like. The pre-market channel as well. Crazy stuff. Time is 10:05. 10:05. There's 10 a.m. pushing too. 10:05. Wow. They're just pumping these days, pumping and dumping these days like crazy. With no effort. Because all the stocks, they need them to either pump or dump. Wow. Tesla went up 3% today. From 320s to 333. That's another level, 333. Crazy stuff. Let's see. Tesla, 1 month, 327. 333s has been played with a decent amount of times. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Holy gap. Wow. 307, 317, 322, 330. These people are mad, man. These people are mad. Time is 10:05. Time is 10:05. Wow. I think we have to go look at some big names right now. Meta. Nvidia. Back at 182s. Google. Wow, 201s. Man, today, guys, today is the day to bear trap everybody again. Man, what? It's so damn bullish. Time is 10:05, and they just nuked it up again. Every 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes. Uh, Man, the market is crazy. The market is crazy. Let's go look at Apple real quick. Apple going up as well. Look, Apple blowing up since the news. Man, whatever they're doing right now, it's crazy bullish, right? Time is 10:10. Time is 10-10. Okay. I'm taking a short right now. Okay, 1K spot puts. Technically 1.1K. We hit POC on QQQ. I think we're going to pull back to here at some point, but we don't have to as well. I'm in 637. This is still one single cycle. No confirmation shorting, basically. And if they extend this and go higher, that would be crazy. But honestly, it could happen. Things are super bullish. So, wow, we're at 0.3 on the MACD. Oh my. QQQ going higher into 1010 itself. SPY trying to go higher into 1010 itself. And this shit is. It is extending higher. Basically down $110 in one single minute. One single minute. This is 1010 rejection, 1010 bounce into 1010. So could go higher into 1015 technically speaking on this. The MACD dying on QQQ. Pushing into still 1010. Man, this is crazy. People are now thinking 640s. No, 640s on SPY end of the day. Today is Friday. Where do you guys think SPY is gonna close today? Today's Friday. Everybody type in chat. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people must be thinking like really high right now. 630, 639, maybe 640. Possibility, but like that's literally a $7 run. But I mean, we're halfway there technically speaking, so anything's possible. Today is the day, right? You looked at Google, that thing's at 200. Today is the day. Either we pull back or we don't even pull back and we just keep flying. We'll see. The cycle went higher though. This is a bear trap. They could extend this. They could hurt these people. I'm gonna hold for a little bit, but I'm just saying what's possible. No, we've seen it all, right? We've seen them hover, right? We've seen them when they're super extended like this going south or north do some weird extended cycle to do whatever they want, so non-break even. Anchor said 636 close. Lucky said 630. Sam said 632. Gifford in the WhatsApp group said 635 close. Okay. So we'll come back to that at the end of the day, right? Now this is still a one cycle, no confirmation shorting. However, 1015 is here. So 1010 bounce at 1012 into 1015 trying. Candle closes in 15 seconds. QQQ not really bouncing, but the MACD, everything is still Superman north. We showed 0.3. Remember that. 0.33. Remember that, okay? MACD. Red candle coming. Please Just one huge red candle into 1015. Could, but what if he barcode here too because of people trapped? So I'm at 1.2k somehow, but I am not out. Maybe people are going in like crazy. Maybe this is the candle with the fucking lead. I don't know how I'm more in profit than I was here. Actually, I bought into like a pullback, so. Time is 10:15. QQQ is not going south. Trying. Yet. Trying. This 10:10 is still bounce sticking. Time is 10:15. We're at the middle of everything. 10:10 bouncing. This is the cycle confirmation, whatever it is happening to go higher or lower. MACD 1 minute may look bearish, but the 5 minute is still super green. Okay, I told you, remember that, right? We had 0.31, 0.33 on QQQ. Okay, I think this is best safe exit somewhere here. I'm gonna leave soon. Maybe that's hoping to. So time is 10:15. I'm gonna leave right now. Okay, 1.3k. I'm out. Fuck, that went to 1.35k. Whatever. Time is 10:15. This is one single cycle. I went too early, but that's one single cycle that they extended into 10:10, 10:15. Most likely this, I'm not saying this is gonna hit, but I'm saying if we do, that is most likely best safe exit, and then if they go lower than that, it's probably gonna get risky, in my opinion. You know, people might have different opinions, but I mean, I don't really care. I really care about what I see and what I'm trying to deduct right now, so that is best safe exit right now at 10:16. 10:16 most likely. We'll see what happens with this pullback. There's probably going to be a bounce to see what happens at the roof. 10:15 bounce. MACD is still bearish on the 1 minute candle, but that literally does not mean anything. The 5 minute is still right, slightly pulling back now, right, with the MACD. Let's see what happens with this shit. SPY. We were so bullish, right? We were so bullish, and we pulled back $1. Right? We were so bullish, and then we pulled back $1. And this is why I have levels marked, because sometimes it gets crazy. Sometimes, like, you know what I mean? How could you possibly know that they're about to like, you know what I mean? You really don't know until you're really in it. But like, yeah, bounce trying the previous HOD as well, 955, as well as that previous day, 930 open trying, 935.75, 935.75 trying at 10:15, 10:15. This could be used to come back up. This could be used to go back down. So very, very, very important to just watch and deduct as it happens. But after it happens, basically. Time is 10:20.
Time is 10:20 and we're at the middle of the drop on QQQ. Middle of this 10:10 to 10:15 drop. Not really on SPY yet. QQQ, the tech coming in to say we're trying back more than SPY. Time is 10:20. Time is 10:20. QQQ is basically right at the middle or a little bit above the midpoint. It's 10:15 bounce trying into 10:20. So 5-minute cycle as well. So when I literally left, someone probably went long as well. I'm not saying someone in our community did, but I'm saying some professional trader did based off the 930 and the previous HOD. And they probably left into a big ass green candle, meaning, they probably a big ass green candle and they're going to figure it out. But that is very, very a small scalp, right? It's basically a 5-minute run from 10 to 10:15, right? 10:15 to 10, 9:45 to 9:50, 9:50 to 9:55, right? We get one big candle every time. So one big candle, deciding at 10:20 what to do. Time is 10:19. Time is 10:19. Until the low of this candle breaks, all bears are trapped. Is how you gotta look at it in this cycle, and then basically you won't be trapped yourself. But MACD and volume is a little bit at a risky moment, so could barcode here, anything could happen. Just gotta watch. The MACD was dying bearish, and then now it's being turned back on. Time is 10:20. There's a 10:20 rejection that I called out at 10:19. 10:20 rejection that I called out at 10:19. Trying to break the floor of the 10:16 candle, right? But we just need to see if that holds. They're still right at the midpoint on QQQ, so bulls and bears are both in control, and SPY is, they're just showing bearishness, but until it breaks, it does not break. QQQ. 5-minute MACD. All day was literally just bearish, and then last end of day push, and then now today, morning push up. Morning push up. Time is 10:20. QQQ is going higher, trying to break the roof, right? And SPY is trying to reject into the low of the 10:15 candle. So showing different signals, right? SPY is saying confirmation short happening. QQQ is saying we're at the roof, could be confirmation short from the roof as well. But I'm just saying, like, what if it breaks the roof? So dangerous stuff. QQQ MACD is not really just helpful in deducting at the moment. SPY slowly pulling back to 5-minute MACD. We're at 0.19. We were literally at 0.31. Right, 0.19. What a ride. What and then a pullback to previous day 930. Like, what a ride. Look at the EMAs being so separated too. The VWAP
Doing the same thing it did 2 days ago when we pumped like crazy.
Wow. Tesla call went from $420 to $1,700. Man, these people. That is wild.
Different picture showing QQQ is going higher into 1025. So QQQ is saying come north. SPY is still, the wind is, everything, the direction is still saying north, but I'm just saying like it's looking a little bit weaker than QQQ. So we don't know what that means, right? Is it delayed to go higher? Is it like pullback on QQQ as well? But we will. And QQQ going higher to the roof, trying 1025. So SPY being delayed. As the candles say, time is 1025. We're at the roof, so let's be careful on QQQ as well as SPY. QQQ is showing roof break into 1025, right? And then SPY literally showing 1015 floor break into 1025. So who trusts what, right? Who trusts a green candle to go calls? Who trusts the red candles to go puts? Literally, because they're getting both enticed using both. It just looks like both. Like, you know what I mean? It looks like north at 1024, right? And then it looks like south at 1025. So every single minute it changes until there's a decision candle coming. QQQ trying to go south now. SPY, nah. Weird. What do you guys think? Calls or puts here? Roof or reject? Dangerous stuff happening almost because we went lower and then we're coming bounce right and then we're at this is the pivot point, you know what I mean? So when we come back to the pivot point and we're about to break out, we're about to reject, this is basically where people, stay out of it sometimes. Pro traders would not even trade this moment because this is a pivot point and it's dangerous, but they want the market to make a decision and then they basically do it, yeah. But for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes, right, we've been hovering at the pivot point, enticing people. Time is 10:30 now. 10:30 candle pushing north. Who knows if this is real? Roof break trying on QQQ. 10:27. Wow, it broke on QQQ. Roof breaking on QQQ. So SPY. If it doesn't break the roof, there's going to be a divergence at the roof. Yeah, they just ran up. At 10:27, right? One single candle. So that was literally the real direction into 10:30 at least. on QQQ. This is why people don't short or go long though, because they're at a pivot point. You know what I mean? A pivot point means it's shit's like things are gonna happen so fast, or it's gonna happen so slow, and it's gonna confuse people. It's gonna be trappy or not, whatever. 10:30. 10:30 HOD. Sorry, Anchor. I usually say I'm in a put or call, but when I am in a put or call, it's basically $1 or $2 above or below where the price is at right now and there. If that makes sense. I do out of the money like rarely. Like if the market is pumping or dumping, right? But it's very hard for people to like know when exactly the market is pumping or dumping like that. So you gotta have really good setups. Honestly, like today, this pump was set up. If you look at the pre-market MACD, right? I remember, I don't know if people were here right when the stream started. Like, I think Chris was, but I called out. I was like, "Oh, the pre-market is bullish since 8:30 in the morning," and I was like, at 7:45 they started to pull back. At 7:45 they were showing bearish, and then the MACD was like blah blah blah. You know what I mean? At that point, like I'm not saying the market's gonna pump on that. I'm just saying like if you see the MACD building and building and building on the 5 minute, then you know basically is this being killed to go up, right? And then you could deduct with what happened yesterday. But I'm just saying like all that is hard stuff. You know, it's hard stuff, but yeah. I did say that shit, and like in hindsight, thinking back at it, right? It's just like you could have seen that, and you could have deducted that it was gonna happen almost, but like that doesn't happen every time, so it's not like yeah. I think some people that saw that, I think they get what they're talking about, what I'm saying. The pre-market being bullish, helping push, kinda same thing as setup being bullish, and then they start dumping in pre-market, and then the market starts dumping right during market hours, so. Just set up and then helping being pushed. Time is 10:30. QQQ. Wow. At the roof. SPY at the roof. Wow. 5 minute SPY. This is a crazy bull flag. There's no bull flag on QQQ because it's so strong. But yeah, that is crazy. Time is 10:31. In 5 minutes. 10:25 to 10:30. In five. Look at the chart. In 5 minutes. Oh my lord. But basically, remember when we were here, we were like, this is the pivot point. They're gonna entice people to go. Man. Well, the Bulls are winning into 10:30. The Bulls won into 10:30. QQQ HOD. 573. 574 almost. SPY at the roof at 10:30. Didn't break the HOD yet. What a day on QQQ. Being super bullish. SPY being super bullish. QQQ in 574s at time is 10:30. SPY broke the roof into 10:30. Now at 6:36.80. Divergence has cleared into 10:30.
Oh, wow. Let's look at the 5-minute MACD. He's at 0.22. Wow. Well, when I left, somebody definitely went long here, and I guess they held. Crazy, right? Crazy. That was real pullback, real pullback. Oh yeah, 10:25 into 10:30 was the best. I think 10:25 into 10:30 was the best. Time is 10:35. Okay, so it's something like this now. 10:30 push here into 10:35 showing. 10:35 showing. Five, 6:37, 5:74. We are at all-time highs territory in 10 cents. I would say take caution, honestly. There's no need to be a HOD all-time high hopper. You know what I'm saying? All-time high is at 639.81. So I mean, it is possible that we go really hot today, but nothing wrong with being cautious anywhere, right? So 637 somewhere. I'm gonna call cautiousness. QQQ. QQQ is all-time highs already, actually. Yeah, QQQ broke out of all-time highs. I'm just saying SPY. QQQ is at new all-time highs, 574. And in about 25 minutes, we have the White House coming out live, so we will be tuning into that as well today. We're at 11, yeah. White House press office, open press. Something is coming out today at 11:02 a.m. Also at 12 p.m. the president signs an executive order. So we got to pay attention to that because it will be global news. Man, maybe some crazy news coming out. Maybe some crazy news coming out today. Right? Oh yeah. There is public news coming out, which means it will be used as a catalyst. 10:35 HOD. The wind pivot point, everything is still saying north. After this little pullback was no cycle, no shorting. You know what I'm saying? 10:15 never broke. 10:25 held, and it was basically a long. 10:35. And that was actually one hell of a pullback on QQQ. Tech is super bullish right now. Tech is super bullish right now. Tech. Right. What a crazy week though, because we literally on Monday pumped up, dumped off on Tuesday, pumped off on Wednesday, dumped off on Thursday, and then pumping up on Friday. So we're red light, green light, red light, green light, red light, green light, red light, green light this entire week. Today we're in a green light day. I'm just saying it's Friday. Time is 10:40. Time is 10:40. Broke the HOD. So HOD possibly turning into support up here as well at 636.78. 573.70 might be some level that we could also watch later. Let's see if the HOD support holds. This is a 1035 rejection into 1040. 1035 rejection into 1040 happening. The MACD is dying bullish, but one single cycle, no confirmation shorting. So all you could technically do here is just wait and watch. Okay, this is the previous pivot point. Previous HOD, right, turn into, let's see if support. This is 1030 up here, 1010. So it could be finding support here, or it could be finding support on this, but it is finding some sort of a bounce for now, right? In one single cycle. One single cycle. It's 1040 rejection from 1035. 1040 deciding what to do. There's no bounce here. I mean, I would love to see a bounce and then decide at 1040, but like it's just deciding from a rejection standpoint into 1045. And the MACD is basically neutral to bearish, so just maybe another bear trap where they're showing bearishness. 5-minute MACD. It's 1040 bounce. POC is all the way up here at the roof. 1040 bounce at 1040. Let's see what happens with this, right? This is the bounce confirmation to do something with it. The cycle is so tight. We found support at the previous HOD for now. Technically 1030, technically 1010 on SPY. QQQ 1030. Time is 10:45 in 2 minutes. Confirmation rejection coming. Time is 10:40. I'm not going in. 10:35 into 10:40 though. 10:35 into 10:40 off of POC. I'm not going in. I would have rather liked to see a 10:45 do that, but like, yeah, this is just one single cycle fast as fuck. So somebody entered here, they would have gotten paid out real quick though, real quick. Somebody got in here, they got them paid out real quick. I'm just gonna watch. Time is 10:40. Let's see what happens. Wow, that POC dump, really? That is a crazy chart. Right off of POC, 1040 rejection into 1040. Let's see what happens at 1040 itself. Do we get a bounce here or not? It's 1045 and 38 seconds. I am not in. I'm not in.
This is a real quick cycle, one single cycle. So most likely a bounce will come to allow us to deduct what happens. One single cycle at 10:41. Bounce already coming. Bounce already coming. Time is 10:45. So this is a 10:40 bounce at the 10:45. Let's see what happens with this now. Let's see what happens with this bounce. This is the confirmation to long or short. This is, we have to watch what happens. Confirmation to long or short. And small cycle. Nothing bigger cycle, but yeah. And this one single small cycle. Off the roof. There's no divergence. LOD at 9:35, HOD at 10:35. $9.45 bounce at the midpoint of this little drop, right? 10:35 to 10:40 drop, and we're right at the midpoint on QQQ. Yeah, I mean, to some people, this is a lot of noise, but I mean, to me, this is the market, and to me, this is like time itself and cycles itself. And if I don't do this, it's basically hoping. So yeah, it is affecting me how I have to change this arrow every time I trade. You know what I'm saying? Like I might not do that in the morning, but like I might verbally tell you guys because like that completely screwed me in the morning, and I could not leave into this shit. And then by the time I changed it, we were here. So you know, later in the day, I will update it, but like maybe in the morning, I'm not gonna do that as much because that shit is way too fast, or I'm just not gonna join in the morning. But that itself prevented me from going long too. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to just go short and then exit and then go long. But like that's literally what happened. So sometimes the loss and the mentality, you know, fucks with people, right? But you gotta just try to not think about 945 rejection coming. If that low breaks, it's free. 945 low. If that breaks, this basically broke. It looks like they're going lower. I feel like they're gonna go lower, but I mean, just because I feel like that does not mean. But this basically is the same low as this low. So if you look at that in the LOD standpoint, you would count that as being broken. Let's just see. 1045. I'm gonna do it right now. Okay, risk is there. 1K put. Fuck. That is scary. I'm gonna do it. 1045. QQQ saying don't do it. I don't know if I should enter. I did not. I'll wait like another minute or two. I did not. Right at the middle. Man, I don't know. I'm kind of scared. I'm scared. I'm not. I'm gonna wait. I'm not doing shit. I was about to, and then they spiked green candle this, so it's kind of scary. This is still 10:45. Now it's 10:50. Now it's 10:50.
No, it's 10:50. uh, yeah, I think I missed it, but it's fine. That is crazy work though. It should be a red candle on that, but like it's that is crazy work. Tight, tight cycles. Super tight cycles. Yes, we have White House press conference in about 45 minutes, and then President Trump is also he is he's having an executive order signing at 12 p.m. So 11:45, White House press office going live, I think. That was a slow ass rejection, right? But like still not really anything. I was thinking about doing it like here, and then they showed a green candle, and I wanted to, but like that shit was so scary. So just whatever is happening here is just choppy, no movement, confirmation, but small until something big ass thing happens. We basically went to the midpoint of this 10:15 to 10:35 run. If you look at it in the graph, overall graph, which is not really saying we're gonna go south, but I mean we're at the midpoint is all I'm saying. Time is 10:30. Fuck. Now they're going south. But yeah. Time is 10:50. That was a cycle confirmation. It just they took their sweet ass time. They took their sweet time. 10:40 bounce into 10:45, 10:46 spike candle, and then red into 10:50. Previous HOD support being broken. Previous HOD support being broken. 10:10 on QQQ. Time is 10:50. Best safe exit coming up. Most likely. For puts. From the confirmation. That was the confirmation, so you know what I mean? Most likely than not, we're gonna get a red candle right now. That was one hell of a short. That was scary. That was scary. Time is 10:55 in 42 seconds. Time is 10:55. 10:53 is most likely going to be best safe exit. I'm not going to lie. Going lower, but not really. So 10:55 is coming up. 10:55 is here in 23 seconds. Showing a bounce at 9:50, but I think that's going to be fake. Into 9:53. Into 9:55. Look at that, right? Look at that, right? These motherfuckers going. Finally. This is best safe exit at 9:53 coming up. Okay. 10:53. Time is 10:53. I'm calling it best safe exit.
One cycle. Full. One cycle. Most profit exit. Most likely. I did not take that shit, but that was literally to take it right here. And you know what I mean? But like, that's hard. That's hard stuff. You gotta deduct and you gotta take the risk and you gotta hold just 5 minutes or 10 minutes. But yeah. Shit, taking it up there was godly, right? Taking it up there was godly. You know what I'm saying? Taking it off of POC was godly. It's just the environment is super bullish and scary for people. Time is 10:53. Time is 10:53. Bounce trying. So 10:55 bouncing trying. The MACD is not bullish, not bearish. We are right above previous 9:30 open, so we could head and shoulders, or we could use this to bull trap a little bit. 9:30 open. Just because it's a possibility does not mean it's gonna bull trap. I'm just saying, like, the environment is still bullish, yes. I'm just saying all this movement, right? If it does hit VWAP, then it would be under 9:30 open, right? So that is what? Nah, that's a trap. So yeah, it's basically the midpoint VWAP. So we gotta see what happens here. Time is 10:55. 10:55. You guys think they're going past VWAP? Who thinks they're going past VWAP or to VWAP? Everybody type in chat right now. Who thinks this is going to VWAP? Who? I think it's going to 9:30 open now, but like, who thinks it's going to VWAP? Alright, now that's crazy. Now that's FOMO. Now that's absolutely FOMO because that's one whole fucking dollar since that weird ass candle. But man, I called that best safe exit at 10:53, right? And then because it's one single cycle, right? And then they bounced it and then they rejected. So all I'm saying is that was basically one single cycle, except this is the second cycle to go lower. So I'm sorry, but hey, 10:53, 10:55, 10:57, all are 10:55. At least we confirmed lower. I was right about that. 10:45, 10:40, 10:45, 10:50, and then that candle confirmed that we low into 10:55. Wow. We actually left POC up top. Right? I told you previous HOD could turn into support, right? And it did. And then they lost the support. Right? Turned into support and then lost the support. Previous HOD almost lost the support. So previous HOD lines up with resistance support levels, which are cool. This is 11 a.m. Time is 11. And the White House is coming out. In 45 minutes. Wow. 9:30 open touched.
Wow. We're at VWAP almost. Time is 11. I'm mad actually. I'm mad actually, bro. I'm mad actually. I stopped myself from going short right there. That was so fucking nice. Did anyone take the 1045 short? That's crazy. Here said watch pre-market high. Yeah. What a bullish run, and then we pulled him back. Time is 11. Time is 11. We're at the EM. We're within the EMAs now. Wow. That what, dude? Did you guys like that or no? Please tell me in chat if you like that or no, because that was the cycle type time confirmation, right? I literally said 10:35 at the 10:40, and there's probably a bounce confirmation coming, something. That was it. Small cycle into this cycle, yeah. 11 a.m. Oh shit. That 1K sitting at 1.35K. That's so fucked. Quick, easy confirmation given money, but literally. Time is 11. The MACD is now bearish. The MACD is now bearish on the 5 minute. We're right at POC. We're right at 9:30 previous day open. Wow, they're going south. At VWAP now. Okay, I'm in $740. 535 puts. 635. Sorry. VWAP. I'll hold this shit for a sell-off. Does not have to happen. It does not have to happen. Now this is actually hoping off a 5 minute MACD, but like if this does, I'll get paid big. Into 635. VWAP. Small money because this is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 coming up. Like, nobody knows how far this thing is actually gonna go, so. And these people are so good though. They got the, excuse me, they got the puts spiked crazy yesterday, right? And then they sold it off into end of the day and then into the overnight, and they're done. Oh my, crazy candle coming out. Bounce off VWAP trying. Time is 11:02 into 11:05. 11:05 is here. Remember that White House press conference is coming out in 45 minutes, so in about 45 minutes, everything's gonna be changed too. Time is 11:05. crazy crush in 2 minutes off of VWAP. Crazy crush off of 2 minutes off of VWAP. So let's see if this actually becomes like this. Okay. We technically did break VWAP and then we bounced up. So technically a VWAP trap for now for 5 minutes. POC move question mark. Yes, the POC shifted down from the top a little bit. Oh. Sorry, I'm gonna have to fix my SPY chart, but yeah, my POC is just broken today on SPY. Time is 11:05. MACD dying bearish side now. These zero DTs are gonna move like wild at 6:35. Eleven ten and 45 seconds. They are trying to boom off of 11:10, showing. Time is 10:10 in 3 seconds. 10:10 coming up. This is our 11:10. This is still a 11:05 top at 11:06 until it breaks higher. Oh. Time is 11:10, so either it booms here or the MACD is bullish, or we either hover it. Previous 9:30 a.m. touched again, and VWAP again. 10:10. Now it's showing us this.
candle is 1108. Wow. Six 36.45. No below VWAP today. Man, is what they're showing. Man, we're at the midpoint of this little dump. Time is 11:10. Head and shoulders forming for now. Little head and shoulders forming. Need water, man. Oh, what's up, Arcatam? Yeah, environment is still bullish, right? There's 11:10 rejection, but it does not mean anything. We just need to wait for cycle time confirmation and the MACD to be more clear than it is now. But for now, it is the head and shoulders, and for now, that is a bounce at BWAP, and that is a bounce at 9:30 previously open. So let's see if we hold that. Let's see if we are barcode back to it, or let's see if we fly off it. But looks like 11:10 is ejecting at 11:09 after trying to push up, push up, push up. MACD volume. Need to really watch the MACD volume into this 1 minute, the next minute. The volume is being turned off slightly. So that is a 11 bounce into 11:10, and then 11:10 rejecting into 11:15 possibly, or 11:10 could bounce before. These are three big red candles coming from 11:10. Time is still only 11:10. Now we are at the midpoint of this little pump we did in 10 minutes. This is still not 11:15. When it's 11:15 is in 2 minutes. We're just waiting. QQQ EMA is brought down now. We're hovering above previously 9:30 open. And the 5-minute MACD is slightly bearish. It's been pulled back. When I said it's 0.34, right? You guys remember when I said this is crazy, right? At 0.34, and then they went higher than that. They were still pulling the MACD back, and they somehow neutralized it at 10:55, which is absolutely crazy. 10:55 neutralized. And then the MACD being turned off since 10:55, yet we went lower on that. So these people were nuts. Then we hit VWAP and then bounced. Now deciding. Now we're at 11:15. This is 11:15. This is 11:15. 11:13 candle. Very important. What happens here? This is 11:10 rejection until 11:15. 11:15 deciding what to do. 11:15 deciding what to do. QQQ did not go lower until 11:15. So interesting stuff. Bouncing at 11:10 basically. After rejecting at 11:10. on QQQ. SPY showing different picture. It's a small difference, so I mean, just confusion. Is this turning into a midpoint trap? Turning into a midpoint trap. This is a roof trap for now, right? But like, yeah, either the roof trap is real or either the midpoint floor trap is real. QQQ is bullish rather than SPY being bullish. Man, time is 10:15. I'm getting 30 now within cycles. What is this cycle? So 10:15 bounce. 10:10 bounce into 10:15. We'll see what happens. Alright, 11:10 rejection, 11:10 bounce into 11:15, 11:15 bounce on SPY. So crazy work. It got me spiked on the bottom on that shit though. I'm not gonna lie.
$11.15 rejection trying. One single candle.
Candles are super tight at the moment. We're in between. We're inside everything basically. Just confusing both sides before they fly or dump or something real quick. Still 11:15. There is news coming out, yes. President Trump signs an executive order at 12, and White House press office is going. I think there's a press office conference or whatever at 11:45. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe the news is bullish. Maybe the news is bearish, right? Nobody knows until it comes out. Until CNBC news comes out. This is a very tight algo range, 11:15, 11:15. So we will leave a little algo range here. Time is 11:20. Time is 11:20. High today, 10:35 for now. This is more hovering near the roof than the midpoint. Right, we're hovering near the roof than the midpoint.
basically, because below VWAP is midpoint. This is near the roof. This is near the roof. 1120 is also here on QQQ. Yeah, these candles are wicked crazy right now. They're barcoding crazy on the 1 minute candle. Right. Massive consolidation within a cycle, within a cycle, within a cycle, within a cycle. Deciding what to do. President Trump is coming live, or not live, but he's speaking in 40 minutes. I mean, things are so bullish, they're not showing that we want to go south, right? If that head and shoulders plays out, it will be basically a surprise or it would be a miracle. It would be a surprise or a fucking miracle, most likely, because it would bull trap these people with this little weird algo cycle, right? And then go lower under VWAP, but like still, that takes a lot of money, that takes a lot of work. And we're in this algo range, so basically this is going to be used to go higher or lower. You know what I mean? It's just being used, whatever this is. It's just being used. This is 11:20. Time is 11:20. I don't know. This looks way too easy now, right? 11:20. We're at the bottom range of the algo range, and we can't even break down below it. We're right now. We're breaking down, faking out, or whatever. Right at it. Being contained for now. 11:20. Time is 11:20. Time is 11:20. Being played. Mac becoming embarrassed while we're channeling like crazy, building an actual flag up here. After we were supposed to build a flag, right? We were just so damn embarrassed that we did not build a flag. We were just going up, up, up. And then we pulled back on that. So, killing bulls, killing bears, killing bulls, killing bears, probably killing everybody. Killing everybody. For now they're killing off bulls. And send off bulls. Send off for bulls incoming. Real quick. Just send it off real quick and then bounce it. Come on. Send it off real quick and bounce it. Come on. Nah, the volume's nothing. But the candles are jumpy right now, right? Now they're actually showing. But we are flagging like crazy at the top. POC. Man, they're still not doing it off that weird candle. So yeah, maybe we are hovering at POC, or maybe we're bear trapping, or maybe we're bull trapping. But no, at the end of the day, everybody is thinking. Nobody knows right now. Nobody knows at the moment because we're in an algo range. Only those people know. But the theory is, right, there's calls up here, and there's bears trapped here. So one of them's going to get, one of them's gonna get relieved to a point. We are gonna go to all-time highs, and all these bears get killed off, or we, go down somewhere to midpoint, and then bulls get cooked a little bit at the roof. Head and shoulders kind of played out already, though. This is literally the end of the head and shoulders. We're bouncing, technically speaking, from 11:20 into 11:25, playing out smaller cycles. It's kind of interesting to see, though, like how every single day there is some algo range that they do play up somehow at some point to waste time. This is wild work. This is wild work. Bears are not there, the bulls are not there. Showing. They're just both. Not showing. Now the bulls are showing on QQQ. SPY is showing bears, so yeah, we'll see. They're cooking on algo. They're cooking on range right now. They are. QQQ gap down 1 minute. So weird stuff happening now. The QQQ 1 minute gap. It's gonna gap fill at some point or another. They're showing bears hope, but like run up on what too, you know what I mean? That effect. So we're literally at the bottom range, just not doing anything. Time is 11:30. 11:30 is bouncing hard. Anything's gonna happen here. Either we nuke up on that, or QQQ 1 minute gap filled, and then they gapped up too. So that's funny. They gapped up, gap filled, and then gap filled that too in 2 minutes. What a crap show. What a crap show. we are contained in this box range. It does look like puts are cooked, but then they're also like somehow giving calls hope. So I mean, at some point or another, it's gonna boom up or down. You know what I'm saying? At some point or another, like. They're both trapped. Like calls are trapped, puts are trapped. But the puts do look cooked on go front from 11. Time is 11:30. They're waiting until the news comes out. Come on, baby girl. Just fucking do it. Enough with this hope shit. It's so slow. Just cooking calls, cooking puts, doing nothing. Come on, 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 people. Come on, people. Please. Come on. Come on, 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 come on. Please. Alright. Wow. What the f... Ah! What the f... New money puts definitely took their profit into that, but... Oh my. Look at the MACD. Look at the MACD. Come on. Jumpy ass candle. Just go lower. Look at the MACD coming in bearish. $11.30 bouncing. Trying. MACD. Not really bearish, but completely came out of nowhere. We're back at that. God damn, I got in at the most spike earlier. Until this shit goes here, I ain't making nothing. Like I'm not. Come on, we're at VWAP. There she goes. There she goes. Come on. That's such a crazy cycle, right? And then they flatten. There we go. Come on, please. Finally. God damn, they were cooking. Oh my god, they were cooking everyone. Okay, I'm leaving in 20 seconds, guys. 11:33. This is best safe exit. This is 11:35, okay? Fuck, I need more. Alright, I'm out. $730. Okay, I'm out. $20 loss. I'm gonna get into a new trade. Fuck that shit. Oh my lord. I'm gonna get a cup of water. Oh. Time is 11:35. That was a flash candle. Flash cycle as well. 11:35. The data was cooking everybody, bro. They were cooking bears here. They didn't even get relieved there. I'll tell you that right now. Even if they went lower on that, and then they were cooking. Right, Head and Shoulders did play out, but like they made it so that people barely printed anything. Only people that shorted here, right, which is barely any people printed, like new money shorts, and then they left into that candle too. Okay, possibly bottom range of the VWAP coming now, man. Possibly. QQQ dumping now off 200 EMA. EMAs are going bearish. There's a dump. This is a dump. I'm going in 1K right now. Okay. Yes, could be trap too, but yeah, I'm doing it. Ten, 11:36. Fuck, I need a spike here. Fuck. Oh my fuck. Time is 11:40. Thank fuck. Okay. I'm out. 1,140. Holy shit. They fucking crazy right now. Be careful. I got in here and then I got to leave at the bottom of that shit. So that's money. Telling you, it gets spiked crazy up and down, and we're at the most crazy, unexpected levels. 11:40. 11:35 rejection into 11:40 happening. The candles are crazy right now, right? People are going into puts and calls like crazy right now. I'll tell you that right now. Look at that shit. They're spiking lower. They might. I'm not saying they're gonna go hit that, but I'm saying like somebody said the bottom range of the VWAP, right? That's a complete bull kill off if we do that. I'll tell you that right now. I'll tell you that right now. Holy shit. That is a crazy hold, but I mean, if someone did hold that, you know how much that is at? 1.3k now. 1.3k now. Man. Time is 11:40. I'm gonna see what happens now. 11:40. There may be a bounce here at the bottom range of the VWAP. So That is a crazy hold though. Look at that candle spike. Time is 11:40. That's just at 1.3k now. Beautiful. Bottom range of the VWAP. 530, 630, man. 635 puts were a hold. Fuck, they went up crazy since 11 now. Because they got relieved big time. They got relieved big time. They're at 1k now. Fuck. That's what I wanted, 700 to 1k, but like I went way too fucking early, right? Hoping basically. They did it after a big ass cycle. After a long ass cycle of making bears and bulls both hope. Then now bounce trying at 1140. 1139. 1139. Let's just call this a bounce for now, right? Let's just be careful on puts, okay? Bounce trying. Fake or real? Let's be careful. One more push coming, is someone saying in the WhatsApp community. That could be true. But look at the 5-minute, right? We're dumping off the previous day. 9:30 open now. That's what the chart is showing us. Right? That's what the chart is showing us. We broke down below the previous day 9:30 open level with this algo shit. Broke down below VWAP, and now we're hitting the bottom range of the VWAP trying. Alright, that's what the market is showing. Off the MACD. Off the roof at 637 into 635. So now we're at the midpoint. Okay, this is the midpoint. We are now at the midpoint of today's range. This has to be best safe exit. Somewhere we're at the midpoint. Holy shit. Most probable. 1141, bottom range of the VWAP hit. Crazy spike candle. The last seconds too. Crazy spike candle, man. What the that is a somebody did anybody hold did anyone hold from 1137 into 1140 just now? Somebody type in chat. Who held from 1137 to 1140? Somebody say yes or no. I want to see champions. 0DT. Let's see champions, right? Bro, that is crazy. Who held to the bottom range of the VWAP? Someone said that in the YouTube chat, but like even I saw that and I didn't even want to, you know what I mean? I don't want to get trapped into that, so that is crazy work. That is crazy work. Chris said 23% up, finally made money on puts. See you guys on finally made money on puts, yeah, after a whole while of waiting. After a whole while of cycling, time confirming from 11:35 until 11:40 was literally a free money, right? I just don't know who held from 11:30. I went in at 11:35 and I left into 11:37. You know what I'm saying? Before that huge spike up, so I was glad on my exit because I thought I was gonna get trapped on that. But who held 3 minutes? Unbelievable. BB said I'm still holding. Sean said I'm still holding. You guys are nuts. On 0DT, hopefully you guys get a big printout too. But still, like the fact that we hit the bottom range of the VWAP actually is surprising to me. 635 puts did get paid out. They just were tricking for literally an hour, right? Since 11:30 into 11:35. So whoever had 635 puts was so damn shaky, scary, and then they let go, and then they bull trapped basically to finalize it, right, and then paid him out, which is crazy. At any moment, literally, you know, it could have, like, you know what I'm saying? These candles going back up. What is this showing? That we could go back up into the algo range. So, like, nobody literally knows until the moment VWAP and the moment 930 level breaks, and then they're like, okay, we're doing it. We're going at 11:35, right? 11:35, we went lower here. And at 11:35, we were deciding. At 11:40, we were deciding, right? 11:37 rejected into 11:40 itself. So. Market is super duper duper fast. Okay, now let's be careful though. We are at the midpoint.
Let's take caution and focus. If there is a bounce here, let's see if the White House is live. Time is 11:45, so the market is at the midpoint. This is basically the perfect time for them to go live. You guys see anything? I don't see anything. Maybe nothing. There's an executive order coming out in 15 minutes, so 12 p.m. executive order comes out, and there's going to be a big news catalyst on CNBC. Let's see what happens with that as well. Okay, let's focus from 11:45 until 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock is here. Big ass red candle coming. Let's see if the bottom range of the VWAP holds. If the low of the 1140 candle breaks, then it signifies, right? But until it breaks, it does not break. So we need to see. The wind direction was south until 9:35. Sorry, the wind direction was south until 9:35, and then north from 9:35 to 10:35, and then since 10:35 into 11:40, the wind has been what? It has been south or neutral, right? The candles are showing. We could go break the HOD later. I'm not saying that we can, but we are for now in between the two pivot points. We are for now in between the two pivot points that we said. The LOD 9:34 a.m. and then the HOD at 10:36 a.m. signifying 9:35, signifying 10:35. The nearest 5-minute candle. Right, all these 1-minute candles, all they really do is signify the nearest 5-minute candle. The 5-minute candle is what signifies, right, what the bigger picture are doing. So this is 11:45 bounce, 11:45 starting to reject trying. 11:45 is starting to reject trying, but let's see if the bottom of the 11:40 candle holds here. It is not holding, looks like. Showing. But this catalyst news is a bit worrying about on more. Is it a good? You think it's a good idea to eye 630, 635 calls now? Like, like they got shredded hard too. Bounce trying off of the bottom range of the VWAP. Time is. So this is a 11:45 bounce into 11:50 trying. 11:50 trying. 11:45 bounce into 11:50 trying. There we could see some sort of a. Man, I don't know if I'm too late. The MACD volume bullish off the bottom range of the VWAP. This is literally when I switched to 635 calls to see how much they got screwed on, but like yeah, as soon as I switched it, it was at the it was at where it basically opened at 940, like 97 cents. And then recovering for 2 minutes, trying 945 bounce into, sorry, 1145 bounce into 1150, 1145 bounce into 1150, but the MACD is coming in super bullish out of nowhere. The 1-minute candle. That does not mean that's gonna hold. I'm just saying like that was a literal bear trap for this cycle. The bull push into 1150. What time is already 1150? Pushing hard. That was even a nice 1-minute trade.
just calls aren't going up that much, but they are going up now. Somebody got the bottom of that. I think that would have been nice, but it's just chasing is a little bit difficult in this environment. I almost got toasted chasing, low key. So no chasing, forever deducting. 1150. Because chasing has a lot to do with hoping. Chasing has a lot to do with guessing. But deducting is basically doing your best to try to, get the move, right move. So if your deductions are right, if your setups are right, if your system is right, you should be getting it right most of the times, right? With the right 1150. Man, the MACD coming in crazy on QQQ out of nowhere. So it was a bullish push and it was a bearish push, and then the bearish MACD completely died off at 1140 into 1150 itself. 1140 into 1150 with that 1 minute MACD doing that. Okay, now it's calls are getting paid out. Great. 5 minutes. I was talking about it here too, bruh. Fuck. 6:35 calls got shredded, and then now that's the play. Since like, wow. Time is 11:50. That is a crazy head and shoulders, and then a buyback in 5 minutes. 5 minutes, we went from the bottom range of the VWAP to literally the VWAP. Oh my. Market is wild. Here's the POC. QQQ. I gotta bring it up on QQQ. We are right at POC. Volume is everywhere. Time is 11:50 at VWAP. 10 minutes. News coming. 10 minutes. Executive order coming out. Nobody knows. Literally nobody knows the news. That's the thing. I think that's why the market's kind of pumping and dumping right now, because nobody knows the news, if it's good or bad. No one knows if it's about the economy. No one knows if it's about, immigration. So nobody knows. And it's closed press too. So right at 12, probably 12:05, we're probably gonna get some sort of scene. Time is 11:50. Just gotta calmly watch and wait, and then see a setup. You go, and then you get the hell out, and then wait. Time is 11:50. 11:55 and 22 seconds. QQQ going bullish. SPY showing bullish. Trying to break out above the VWAP maybe. Broke out above POC. That is one hell of a 5 minute run too, man. 5 minute sell, right? 11:35 into 11:40, right? And then what happened? 11:40, then nothing happened, and 11:45 bump up, literally the same level we were at, 11:50. So same print going south, same print going north. Calls are winning now. Since 11:45, man. Time is 11:55. Time is 11:55. if somebody was waiting for a pullback, that was one hell of a true pullback to go long. But like, that is true patience. That is true patience. MACD volume helping. Each consecutive candle building. 155. 635 calls printed hefty on that. Like so big. 97 cents to $1.56. Crazy stuff. And I called it out here and I just didn't even go because I thought I was late. But like, yeah, that's crazy shit. Time is 11:55. CNBC news coming out. Trump warns courts about knocking down tariffs, says duties are. Oh, candles coming in super bullish. Time is 11:55. They're running to the HOD on this. Crazy candle coming, man. Crazy candle coming, man. Crazy candle coming. Wow. You know what? August 8th. Trump. Guys, so what we said earlier is not happening, but at 3:15 p.m., Secretary Rubio is joining President Trump with the Azerbaijan president at the White House with the media, blah blah blah. So it looks like there may not be a press conference today at all. Let's see. Super bullish. Time is 12 o'clock. This is a missed opportunity to go long, like crazy long. 12 o'clock. Wow. Since 11:45, right? 635 calls went from 94 cents to $1.85. So basically 100%. Fuck me. 100%. That is unbelievable. Okay, let's see what happens now. Time is 12 o'clock. POC is shifted all the way up. POS, they bear trapped everybody here, right? People that did not leave in profit, right? People that were looking, that were hoping, that were chasing, right? And then they bear trapped everybody at 11:45 into 12 o'clock in literally 15 minutes. At this candle, bro, I saw the call. The call that I wanted to grab was 97 cents. It was at $1.13 or something. I thought I was late. And then they went to $2 almost. Two. Time is 12. There's no cycle confirmation shorting. from the roof basically. But look, you see the cycle? This is midpoint. This is the actual midpoint, right? This is roof hope, right? And then now we're at the almost roof. So literally at different times of the market will show what the midpoint, the floor, the roof at different times. So right, you literally use this system to play different setups at different times. Is why I was looking at calls too, because the possibility is we could run up to and kill all bears. I'm not saying we're gonna go break a roof, but 1145 to 1150 bounce was reasonable, I think, to VWAP, and then this to this was like unpredictable, right? But we're literally in the whole range of the VWAP, whole range. Time is 12 o'clock. There's no divergence at the roof. Let's see what happens here. We're right underneath the roof. So do we go try to break the roof? Do we try to reject off at 12 or what? The cycle will tell us what happens with confirmations. This is 12 o'clock. This is a 12 o'clock rejection, tiny. So let's see what happens into 12:05, 12:10. And the puts got spiked and then killed so fast. Since 11:20 to 11:45, and then 11:45 to, yeah, 12 p.m. killed. This is nuts. This is nuts. Man. Wow. They're pushing up to the roof. Man, this is, look at QQQ. All stocks must have basically bear trapped and then pumped up back to life. Wow. Actually, wow. So some people joined in. Damn. I had a friend message me. He joined in at 11:47 and he had to leave because of family stuff or something. But like, yeah, that is a crazy print from the bottom, bro. I'm mad at myself for not joining at 11:47 too. You know what I mean? After I literally called out, oh, it looks like they're pushing up, and then yeah, but it's unbelievable. They're actually going for the roof. Unbelievable. What time is 12:05? What a setup. Like, they use this entire day's, pullback basically since 10:35 to that exact moment, and then what a setup. That was the ultimate pullback to go long. That was the ultimate pullback to go long. Holy crap. Look at the MACD volume coming in crazy too, man. Look at the MACD volume coming in crazy too. And the bearish MACD completely died. Alright. We hit 0.34, we hit 0.22, and then they completely dried that thing to go to the, oh my lord. Oh my lord. What a candle structure. We're at the roof. What a candle structure, man. Look, we ripped it from the midpoint to the roof. We ripped it from the midpoint to the roof in 25 minutes, in 20 minutes. We ripped it from the midpoint to the roof, below the midpoint almost. This is below the midpoint, right? I called out the VWAP's probably midpoint, and then this is below the midpoint. So basically floor hoping. Floor hoping to the roof almost. It's $2 on QQQ. It's $2 on SPY as well. Let's see what happens here at the roof. Time is 12:05. 12:05. We may see some sort of rejection at 12:05 happening already. One single small candle. Well, I mean, either we go to the roof, right, and then we hover, or we are rejecting off the roof. There's nothing that I could really say for certain right now. All I'm saying is that's happening, but we just need to see what happens with cycle confirmation. Time is 12:05. Time is 12:05. They burned the puts today. They burned the puts today with that one singular move. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. It's nasty stuff in 20 minutes. This cycle was literally an hour. This cycle was 1 hour, right? 10:35 into 11:40, so 11, literally 1 hour. 20 minutes versus 1 hour. What's faster? 20 minutes. So the bulls came back full swinging with a metal bat, basically. For now, time is 12:05. 12:05, rejecting on QQQ off the roof. SPY is at the roof. No confirmation says go long or short, so we are at the pivot point at the roof. We will just watch. We are at the pivot point at the roof. Just watching. Rejection is trying on QQQ. SPY is not. SPY is not. The MACD is dying on QQQ. It is not on SPY. So we either break the HOD now, or we pull back into the end of the day into 9:30 open, right, later. So that's literally the two game plays that could happen, or we could, we could hover here too. We could just stay like this, near VWAP, near HOD. Nobody knows. All we know is that it just ran. It literally just ran from 11:45 into 12:05, and we're hovering right below the roof. Hovering right below the roof. Slight rejection coming. This is 12:10 now. Okay. This is one single cycle, so we need to see if there's some sort of bounce or what happens if they go a little bit lower into when, and then the bounce into what. Letting us deduct. I don't speculate, I don't hope. I don't tell people after looking at a green candle is gonna go, oh my god, I'm gonna break HOD. Oh, hold this, you're gonna print money. Oh, hold this put, you're gonna print. Oh, I'm sorry, you lost all your money. Oh, not my problem. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really give a damn. I care about what I see and then what I can deduct off of, which is logical facts. So, I say what I see, and the other people can deduct and do what they want to do off, or they don't. But I'm not gonna sit there and be like, oh, this thing's gonna go. This thing's gonna go. Because how the fuck do you know? You don't. All you could literally tell people is what you see live, right? What you can kind of deduct. So if you're doing that, I can respect it. But this is a 12:10 bounce at 12:07, trying at the roof. At the roof. Yeah, we have 110 people watching. If some of you guys can help me by hitting the like button, I would very much appreciate that. Thank you very, very much.
Time is 12:10. Yeah, we have 43 likes, people. We have 105 people watching. Please, please help me out by liking the like button. Like 20, 30 people, help me out by pushing up the like button so that we can get the algos working, so that other, good-hearted people can come find the community. Time is 12:05. They rejected into 12:10. 12:10 is trying to bounce. Here comes the cycle. Whatever they're doing, it's tiny, minuscule, and we're at the roof. Tiny, minuscule, and we're at their roof. But they basically are cycle confirming something, right? Just like they did earlier. Remember this weird ass shit that happened? And I drew this, right? I drew this algo thing, and then we saw it play out, right? So let's see what happens. Time is 12:10. Time is 12:10. 12:10 bounced, technically speaking, at 12:05 or 12:07. 12:10 technically bouncing at 12:07. If the low of the 12:07 candle breaks, we will go lower. But at the roof, the risk is severe. Spying saying nope. Spy saying no. Time is 12:10, and on one singular candle, they are bear trapping everybody on Spy. In this cycle, at least. QQQ is already at the roof, closer than Spy. Spy is just inching towards or nearer to the roof. The volatility this week is fucking insane, no? Like, if you really think about what happened this week, right? Think about what happened over Friday, right? People were like, "Oh, this thing's gonna drop on Monday, right?" Monday we pumped crazy, and then on Monday, what happened? We pumped crazy. On Tuesday, people thought it was gonna fly. What happened Tuesday? We pulled back. What happened Tuesday? People, you know what I mean? People pulled back. People thought it was gonna go lower. On Wednesday, we pumped. What happened Wednesday? Wednesday, Thursday morning, we're so damn bullish, right? And then we dump off Thursday. And then on Thursday, we dump crazy. On Friday, what? We pump. We're going lower. This is crazy work. Like, it's crazy work, dude. It's doing basically what everyone else is thinking, but the opposite. What everyone thinks is doing, but the opposite, basically. We're rejecting off the roof on QQQ. Time is 12:10. This is one singular cycle still. Time is 12:10 on SPY. This is one singular cycle still. There's nothing going on, basically. Or maybe there is something going on we don't really know about. You know what I mean? Different cycle on SPY, QQQ happening. But yeah, if you really think about it, dude, they've been using a channel this week too, and they're just doing crazy work, going up to the bottom, to the up, to the bottom, to the up, to the bottom, like nothing, like nothing. Time is 12:15, so that was a rejection from 12:10 into 12:15, but super fast algo speed. 12:15. What is that candle on QQQ? Dragging up crazy. What is that candle on SPY? Dragging up crazy. Dragging up crazy, right? The bulls are strong or what? Like, this candle is wild. 12:05 into 12:10, 12:10 into 12:15, 12:05 went higher into 12:10, 12:10 into 12:15, but the bulls are still powerful at the roof. Right? The bulls are still powerful at the roof, showing.
Or I don't know, maybe they're faking, but yeah, that's what I think. The 5-minute MACD says it's neutral. The MACD and MACD volume not really bearish or bullish. This 5-minute MACD on SPY says the MACD is slightly bullish, but still it can be anything. All we know was there was a run from 11:45 into 12:05. 12:05 extended to 12:10 on SPY, so crazy candles are here. Crazy cycles are also here at the roof. Time is 12:15. Time is 12:15. 12:15 bounced at 12:13 into 12:15. 12:15 deciding what to do. 12:15 deciding what to do. In 2 minutes, time is 12:20. You can kind of see this candle structure as a bounce trying from 12:15 at the minimum, right? Until the low of the candle breaks. So breakout is trying. Time is 12:16. 12:20 is coming in 43 seconds. That is a weird pullback to go break HOD, but could be done, looks like. 30 seconds, this candle closes. They're coming in super hot. Coming in super hot. Wow, broke the HOD. Time is 12:15. Broke the HOD. Wow. Holy eagle. Bird's eye eagle. They're going to the moon. Wow. In one candle. High today. Broke. So now, this is like this. Okay. And this is like this. And HOD is up here. Time is 12:20. This is standing as 12:15. This is 12:20 now. QQQ also broke the HOD, looks like. High today. 12:20. High today, 12:20. So that was one hell of a fucking long at 11:45. Right, one hell of a long at 11:45. That's all I'm gonna fucking say. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, the wind direction is now like this. Wind direction is now like this. All the bears got eaten to go to the roof into 12:50. Okay, one single cycle, no confirmation shorting. The wind is north. We are at 574.13. SPY is at 637.26. This was one hell of a long, dude. I called out, looking like 635. Calls got shredded, right? Screw 635. They went to 637. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even want to look at how much I don't even want to look at how much 635 calls are at right now. It's at $2.46, and that was at 96 cents. So that's some horse, but that is crazy money. that is that is crazy money. In in 25 minutes, 30 minutes. Alright, we just cleared HOD and now they're trying to pull back off of 12:20 trying. Time is 12:17 into 12:19. Alright, 3 red candles came and then they said stop it. 12:19 stopping it, so 12:20 pounds trying at 12:19 technically speaking here. That is one hell of a play too. A pullback to long, but like that's such a weird ass because that is the destination for them. That one they want to clear the HOD, at the minimum. Pay out the 1145 calls. So high today. No, nothing really says short. Nothing really says we're gonna really reject from the HOD right now. We broke the HOD. QQQ is at all-time highs, by the way. 574.3 is all-time highs, and SPY 637.12 is in the all-time highs territory. We're there. 630. I said earlier in the day, watch out 637.XX something, right? Or 630. July 31st, we went to 639. That's kind of like pre-market stuff, but yeah. Somewhere here, 637.XX, right? I said somewhere. Watch out. That was earlier though. And then we dumped off 637.05, and then we went up to 637.4. So that was literally the play, just going back to all-time high territory and all-time high QQQ as well. Time is 12:20. Time is 12:20. 12:20 made a peak. 12:20 rejected. 12:20 bounce. So we need to wait 3 minutes for 2 minutes until 12:25. At 12:23. What did I say yesterday though, right? Going up, same thing, right? 1/3, 2/3, then 3/3. Going down 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Going up, same thing, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. At a certain point, the cycle is gonna pull back. Cycle is gonna go back up, but on price levels and stuff, right? But there are cycles and time confirmations to let us know. Time is 12:23 in 40 seconds. All these calls, right, that were in pain, all these calls earlier are now in profit, right? All these puts that were in pain, all these puts were in profit for 5 minutes. Which is crazy work, man. The market is doing work. You just gotta sit there and not hope, you know what I mean? At the right time. You gotta sit there and hope on the right things at the right time, basically. By deducting. This is 12:25 happening. This is a cycle happening. This is a cycle happening. 12:20 to 12:25 lower. Then we could see some sort of a bounce try and then a confirmation. If you want to short, I'm not saying too short, I'm just saying if, but there has to be cycles and confirmations to let us know. This is one single cycle. So if somebody shorted at the top, they're most likely leaving into a red candle, which is 12:23. They don't know if it's going to go lower into 12:25 itself. So if 12:23 could represent a 5-minute candle, they're probably not taking the risk. Let's see what happens. They're leaving people at the roof now, right? They're leaving people at above 637. So longs, you have to be careful here too. Shorts, you also want to be careful here, basically. But they're leaving people at all-time highs, so that is dangerous stuff. This is why I keep saying be careful. You know, 637.x. Don't know what's gonna really happen. Nobody knows. So nobody knows. It's 1220 rejection into 1225. 1225 bounce trying at 1224. Let's see what happens with this cycle. The MACD volume is not really helpful for anything. It's 1225 bounce trying at 1224 in 2 minutes. 1225 closes and 1230 will be here. This is, in my opinion, still watch time. No long, no short, just watching. Off of 1225. Why? Because it's one single cycle. 1220 into 1225. This is technically 1220 bounce, so 1225 is up here, right? QQQ literally is up here and then down here, and it's deciding. Okay, I'm gonna short right now. I'm in small. MACD volume coming, but this could not. Either this holds or does not. Time is 12:30 right now. The risk is crazy, but we are at all-time highs. This is why I'm taking the risk. So if we go somewhere below is sub 637. And breaking the low of the 1224 candle. She's not moving though. Until this low breaks, it doesn't signify anything. 1220. Right, you see this level? 1220, right? So let's see. This candle low has to break for bears to do anything. 1224, time is 1230, 1227. Ah! I'm up $100. I'm just gonna wait 2 more minutes. Okay, the low broke. This might be a leave. So cold. Time is 12:28. Okay, I'm out. 1,216. Out. shit. That's crazy because they were showing a green candle, yet the puts were still getting spiked up. The puts were literally at the max profit. Time is 12:30 itself. There's 12:25 rejection into 12:30 looks like, and then 12:30 is bounce trying, right? Time is 12:30 exactly, and then 12:30 bounced at 12:28. 12:30 bounced at 12:28, and then 12:30 is deciding what to do right now, into 12:35, into 12:35. Deciding what to do. Deciding what to do. Right underneath the HOD, but we went below 637 clearly, right? That was my play. We break this low, and then we go below 637, and I leave. I don't even care if they go to the top range of the VWAP or not. Don't even care. They could bounce too. Someone's saying in the WhatsApp group. I also agree, but cycle confirmation, small side was literally make bulls hope here, and then this was a small cycle point. Small cycle point. The risk is absolutely there, too short or long, but I'm just saying cycles and time confirmation will allow you to give more probabilities than not. And we went to the roof, and the MACD was not that bullish, but we literally went to the roof on killing the bearish MACD like crazy. So they're showing strength, but I'm just saying the MACD has to be crazy bullish, you know what I'm saying, for us to continuously run. So you might want to be careful on top of POC, if that makes sense. You might want to take caution above POC. All the volume's up here now, right? So that's all I'm saying. Take caution above POC. Because if you look at the 5-minute volume, right? If we're gonna run, if we are supposed to break 120 again, the MACD is supposed to be way higher. You know what I'm saying? Somewhere what we did earlier. So I'm not saying that we can't go back up. I'm just saying probably better to take caution. Depending on what the MACD volume does, something will happen. So we will see. Where is the POC? POC. POC could shift up easily. Okay, for now it's at 573.69. Right, that thing could easily shift up. I'm just saying, if that low breaks at 1228, that's where they're targeting basically. But just take caution. If that low doesn't break, and then we're in a bullish trend since 1215, 1230, this holds, then this could bounce. But you know what I mean? The lows have to hold. Is why I kept calling out this low has to hold at 1224. If this low doesn't hold, then we're going lower, right? And I drew this 1220, right? But that low broke, so. Time is 12:33. We're going lower. POC is about to hit right now. POC hitting right now. Okay, POC coming. Their POC is most likely. That's a crazy candle. You know what I mean? At 10:33. So 10:35 exactly. Sorry, 12:35. At 12:35. QQQ wildin', but SPY is even more wildin'. So dangerous stuff going on. No, I'm telling you, look at the MACD. This does not say, you know what I mean, run. This does not say we're going to go back up for now. But if the MACD and volume does come back in, then it changes everything. QQQ is not even pulling back on that. So Weird stuff going on. Weird stuff. Here comes POC, I think. I'm not gonna keep saying POCs. I don't want to, like, get people hurt. So we'll just see what happens. Time is 12:35. Time is 12:35. We are bouncing at the bottom range of the VWAP channel for now on SPY. So weird. Making volume everywhere. Making, like, making volume everywhere. We are at 2080 MA on Q, 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 Q. Q, 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 Q. Q, 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 Q. Q, 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 Q. They're just playing with people's emotions for now. Time is 12:40 in 22 seconds. But that was a good entry here to leave, which is what I did. So I don't care. Could be 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and then go bullish again. Could be 1/3, 2/3, and then extended 3/3 bullish, right? But we lost 637, but we're not going below. So we're literally, showing. Time is 12:40. Time is 12:40. Cycles are tight. Cycles are tight. SPY went lower from 12:20 into 12:30, 12:35, and then bouncing into 12:40. QQQ went lower into 12:30, bouncing into 12:40. POC shifted up on QQQ. POC shifted up on QQQ. So they're bringing POC up. Look at the volume. The MACD is trash. Candles making people bullish, and then not even going south, making people bearish, and then making people bullish, and then no. Time is 12:40. There is a bounce from 12:35 into 12:40 showing. Dangerous work at the roof. No volume, no MACD on the 5-minute candle. Yet we are above POC, heading towards the roof. No MACD volume on the 5-minute, yet there is bearish MACD dying on the 1-minute. $12.40. The bulls are pushing in strong off of these weird candles. But going, we broke HOD on this weird candle pullback. So anything is a possibility at this point. We saw another weird pullback candle at 12.40. Will 12.40 and 45 break the HOD? We are above 637 now. Let's do a poll. People vote. The question is, will we break HOD? Or the question is, reject 637. Time is 12:43. Time is 12:43. So there's a lot of time left, but there's not that much time left because yeah. They moved a lot today. Put burnt today. Overall, right? If people were holding, I'm just saying. But that does not mean we can't pull back off the roof at 637. So let's do a pull. Chris said break HOD. Sean says not sure. All I want is need 638. All I need and want is 638 flat. Hopefully you get that. Time is 12:20. So if you break HOD into the end of the day, there's still a hell of that time left. A lot. something going on here. One single cycle, so need to watch, but this is a confirmation building possibly. 1240 and then 1245 possibly confirmation building as well to go long or short, but just gotta wait and watch. 1245. It's already 1245. So it's a 1220 pullback into 1245 happening. Small as hell. We are still at 637. $12.45 trying to bounce for 50 seconds. Cycles are getting super tight, super small. Things are slowing down. The MACD volume is coming in tiny now. The MACD volume is trying to be bullish on the 1 minute side. That's small. It's not even really coming up on QQQ, but it is on SPY. It's 12.45. Man, are they really gonna bull trap this? This small cycle is in danger of getting bull trap, but you know what I mean. It has bear traps, so maybe bear trap, bull trap, and trap everybody for now. We're right at the middle of everything, of this 1230, 1240, 1245 range. Time is 12:50. 12:45 rejection into 12:50. I think more short, more short. Into time is 12:50. Wow, that should jump 10 cents. There's some big ass whales playing, man. Cause that shit just went from 71 cents to 81 cents, and I don't even want to buy it now. That's retarded. Some big ass whales. It's 12:45, 12:45, 12:50. This is. Yeah. It was a short. Now, if this candle breaks, these puts are going to get paid out. If this candle breaks at 12:33, time is 12:50. It does not have to, but somebody just went in from here, 70 cents to 80 cents, and then they literally probably are leaving at 84 right now. But yeah, that shit is just big money players. Just channeling. Time is 12:50. Time is 12:50. So 12:40, 12:45 rejection into 12:50, 12:50 bouncing, 12:35 low not breaking. So bunch of shit show, but we lost 637. But we lost 637.
said watch out on the 5-minute, right? Man, I don't know if I'm late now, but fuck. I should have went in 1 minute ago. Time is 12:50. Okay, I'm gonna go in right now. 1.5k. This is crazy. This shit is fucking scary. Bear trap trying off of one single candle. I'm up $100. I'm out. 1,581. I don't care, I'm out. I joined somewhere in this. I joined somewhere up there. But I got it for 84 cents and out at 91 cents. Holy shit. Time is 12:55. There's 150 low, 155, 12:55. This could be a bear trap. People are going in puts like crazy right now. That candle did not break, but the puts got spiked on that shit, so this really could be a bear trap building now. Right, 150 bounce fake into, sorry, 12:55, 12:55. Wow, now it's at 1.6k. Crazy money. This shit moves so fast. This shit moves so fast. Time is 12:55. I'm not in shit now, I'm watching. I left into this candle and it was literally spiked like crazy. Time is 12:55. These confirmations are wild right now. But the biggest sign was the MACD.
The biggest sign was the MACD, right? I called out at 12:20, right? I called out at 12:25. I said, "Yo, look at the MACD. It's acting weird. The volume is kind of not, you know what I mean? It's not really there, but we're literally showing people that we're going for the roof again. So, are we gonna pull back the POC? Blah 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 was what I said here, right? And we did, but the POC shifted earlier, so some weird game going on right now. Time is 12:55, and there's a bounce for 1 single minute at 12:54. So they spiked the puts, right? And then now there's a bear trap forming, so be careful here. The puts did get spiked though. Probably because of the, yeah. QQQ. QQQ going lower. Time is 12:56. 12:55 still. Time is 12:57. SPY gap down 1 minute. Gap filled immediately. These candles are super jumpy. We lost 637, and maybe the play is to get people a little bit bearish and then to go back right at some point. But I did a poll earlier and we were here, right? It was, are we gonna break HOD or are we gonna lose 637? And then they lost 637 into 12:55. So 15-minute cycle into 12:54, and then 12:54 bounce trying into. Time is 1 p.m. QQQ looking weird. Right, the MACD coming in weird in the bigger picture too. Not really bullish, not really bearish. Just hovering, but still just pulling back but not going up or down. Right, we're pulling back but not going up or down. We're below POC. We are where the POC was at earlier. You guys remember, right? And I was like, we might pull back the POC on QQQ, and they didn't, right? Basically, they went higher since 12:35. They basically bull hovered and then went to POC. So that was basically, you know, just time being extended, them wasting time, and then going to hit QQQ POC. Looks like time is 1 p.m. That's what I see. What do you guys see? Like, you know what I'm saying? Everyone say what they see so that we can come up with like deductions and stuff. But that's what I see. Time is 1. Time is 1. QQQ is sliding south. Now they're call burning. Now this is turning into a call burn. If SPY follows and breaks 12:54, okay. Because there was a lot of people that printed calls. No volume, no MACD helping. Time is 1. Time is 1. So same thing going up. Just 1/3, 2/3 going up, and then 3/3 because of cycle, right? Every single day, right? the market goes up and down, right? And somebody's printing in the 1/3, 2/3, the big box, right? Someone's getting trapped in the small box. They're going lower. Okay, this is lower, 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 lower. Okay. So yeah, you see this big box? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 trap. 1/3, 2/3, someone's printing. 3/3 trap, right? 1/3, 2/3, someone's printing, and then 3/3 trap, right? So if this is truly going south like this, then we can expect something like 1/3, 2/3, somebody printed big, good, easy, safe money, and then 3/3. You know what I'm saying? No one knows how low this is gonna go. But all I'm saying is, if cycle is there, if time confirmation is there, we will see something like that. Time is 1 p.m. Now they're call burning, call burning, call burning. What the No. No! No. It's at 1.8k what I sold. All that shit from earlier. Fucking money. Uh. What a deduction though, right guys? Who's having fun right now? Who's printing big time on this? Who's printing big time? Who printed big time going up? Who printed big time going down? Who? 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 Cause look at the MACD. I literally called out at the pure top, right? At 1225. Who? Somebody tell me who. I suck. I ain't gonna lie. I do suck with holding sometimes with these damn cycles, because the cycles are crazy. But like, I am good with deducting. I could deduct pretty well. Fuck. That is the finale. That is the final move. That is the finale. Finale of this setup, right? Finale of this setup. What did I literally say before this drop? I said what? 1/3, 2/3. Someone's printing smart, right? And then someone's about to print risky but crazy into the 3/3, right? Literally. Now let's see what happens at one. But like, who? I'm gonna. Who printed on that big time? Man, Louis said made 40%. I'm out. Holy. Zach said SPX puts and out. Wow. Zach said printed. Man, that is a crazy hold. I went earlier in the 1/3, 2/3, right? I left at 1253 right here, right? 1253. And that was the true move. That's the reason why puts were getting spiked crazy, because that was a fucking true move. that is crazy. Okay, there's a bounce coming at one. Sorry, I was doing something real quick. Bounce coming at one.
Yeah, but because the candles move absolutely up and down so fast, right? What I promote in my WhatsApp group is for people to be absolutely clear on what they are saying and to say their entries or exits, right? If they want to, right? But absolutely clear so that nobody else loses money on anyone else's, you know, deductions or euphoria or fear or whatever it is. I don't care, right? I want truthfulness in the group for the sake of everyone's money, for the sake of my money too. So you know what I'm saying? We're all humans. We all are gonna see. We all are gonna get, pushed or biased by anything, right? It's literally just life. But all I'm saying is this is why my group is called Reality Group Chat, and we need to be absolutely clear and absolutely, you know what I mean? Like 100% honest with each other is what I feel like in order to be able to deduct 24/7 in order for us to not, you know what I'm saying? Because things change 24/7 so fast, right? So the only way we could really be real with each other is if we constantly stay on top of that and we're real with each other by saying, right, what we think, what we do, clear entries, clear exits without going back, you know what I mean, into the past. Without saying, oh, now, because what the fuck can we do? You know what I'm saying? But what we can do is absolutely say, I'm in call if you want to. If you don't want to, you don't have to, right? I'm just saying, if you want to, just say, I'm in P, I'm in call, and then just leave it at that, or say your deductions, leave it at that. But we can't go back and forth because shit changes literally 5, 10, 15 minutes. Like the market drops, market pumps, like, you know, it's so fast. So all we can really do, right? So please, yeah, try to constantly keep that in the mind while you know, not in the YouTube chat. Everyone's having, making money, having fun in the YouTube chat, but I'm saying in the WhatsApp group, like there's more of a community vibe. You know, people are looking at what other people are typing, so let's just please watch that as we go forward. Time is 1:10. Okay. I hope you guys all respect what I'm saying because this is literally the only way I found out not to get swayed by other people. Only way I found out not to lose my money to other people, and the only way I found out to believe in myself, to get help from other people as well. But like at the end of the day, you don't want to get what we promote is reality. The group is called Reality Market for a reason. So yeah, we just gotta say what we do and then don't if you don't. But yeah, just keep it at that. Time is 1:10. Time is 1:10. That's why I want all profits to be, very, very verified too if we're gonna be saying like crazy profits so that people don't look at it and be like, oh, you could easily print, easily. Because everything is hard. All this shit is supposed to be a struggle and it's supposed to be difficult. So let's just humbly respect, how we are deducting, how we are printing, so that we could do good going into the future as well. Time is 1:10. The market is bullish intraday, but we have lost 637. I think, I'm not sure, but I mean, this could be 1/3, 2/3, and 3/3. So just be cautious, is what I'm saying now. Put side 2, right? Because what if we do bounce at 1, right? We don't really know, but we'll leave this box how it is. But this is basically the day. There was a little bearish fakeness into 935 and then push up north. And then we made an HOD at 1035, right? And then we pulled back into 1145 and then we had an ultimate pullback to go long to make a new HOD, right? And then they did that and now they're pulling back off that and now we are basically somewhere here. So time is 1:10. Market is going up and down crazy and now they're bear trap trying.
Time is 1:10. Time is 1:10. 105 pullback, that 105 into 108. 108 standing as 110 push into 110. So 110 pushing into 110. That's basically what the midpoint of this little drop, right? Since 1220 into 1, technically speaking. So you call this a game. You call this bears and bulls are both deciding what to do after hitting the midpoint off of one push into 110, now deciding what to do. That's how I see it. Like, people could see it different ways, but this is basically liquidity grabbing to go lower or liquidity grabbing to something, right? So something, but we basically hit the midpoint, and now we're at the midpoint of this little pump up as well. So time is 1:10, and we just gotta watch. Let's go look at the Mag 7 real quick. NVIDIA. Wow. Pullback from the top at 12:05 a.m., right? Tesla. Oh. Okay, pullback from the top at 333 into the 328s, right? Which is absolutely wild. Someone printed on calls and someone must have printed on puts if they were watching levels. I'm not gonna lie, watching levels, but okay, Google. Okay, pumped up to 202 and then dropped back to 200 and then trying to go back up. Meta, we pumped up today into 1035 and then we've been pulling back and then now trying to recover off of 110 as well. 105 or 110. Apple, Tim Apple. Okay, Apple, Tim Apple. hella strength in Apple. That is crazy. Cute. So today is still a bullish day. Right, things are not bearish looking, things are looking bullish looking. So until it doesn't, gotta respect that it does. Time is 1:15. Time is 1:15. We bounced that one. Bear trapping these people at the halfway point. MACD coming in slightly bullish. The game is crazy. The setup is literally there, and then it's played, and then they wait for another setup. The game is crazy. We're right at POC. We're right at POC. We're right at the midpoint. Time is 12. Or sorry, time is 1:15. Off a POC, off the midpoint. These candles are coming in scary. Right? Are they burning the bears? Are they burning the bulls? These candles are literally just I'm gonna do a poll. Who are they burning? Alright? The bulls or the bears? Everyone vote right now. Screw the candle. Just vote right now.
If you think they're burning the bulls, we're gonna break one, right? Together on SPY and QQQ. If we're gonna burn the bears, we're gonna break 1255 together. Holy mother lord candle off of POC. Holy candle off of POC. Bulls and the bears. Everybody vote right now in chat, YouTube, or WhatsApp. What do you think? Sean said, go to 635.8. Quick, hurry up. And Super said both. How to turn his table, it said bulls. Alright, we have two people that voted bulls, one person that voted bears. If they don't break 1 p.m., I'm going to count that as burning both, okay? If they don't, and they go up somehow. But if they break this high at 1250, or around 1253, I will count that as the bulls in control and the bulls winning and bears burnt. I mean, I was gonna short, but like I literally saw no target. Like a short off the midpoint to where, so it's the only reason why I waited. But like, yeah, it's just a POC rejection. Literally just a POC rejection. But these are huge rejection candles. Huge rejection candles coming. SPY went higher. Alright, 105, 110, 115. QQQ hovered. 105, 110, 115 failed at POC. Time is 120. This is 120. Time is 120. Technically, 120 is contained inside 115 for now. 120 is contained inside 115 for now. I mean, it could also be possible that they're making people think, right, the bulls are getting burnt, and then the bulls do get burnt, and then as soon as, max euphoria, they burn them all. Is what happened earlier, right? So, I'm gonna just remember that. Time is 118. If that low candle breaks, this cycle is going to be extended, okay? If that holds, it's not. And we're still in a bullish cycle. QQQ trying to break the 1 p.m. low right now. QQQ broke it, so this is a bull trap. Bull trap. Bull trap building. It's a bull trap building because of QQQ as well. 5-minute bearish. 5-minute MACD bearish now. 5-minute MACD on SPY. Bearish. This shit is bearish. Time is 120. So we went lower into 120, and are we going to get a drop through or not? Time is 120. QQQ broke the 1 p.m. low. SPY did not. It's about to right now. Looks like it's about to right now. It's deciding heavy. If it does, this is going to be extended like I said. If it doesn't, it doesn't. What a cycle today. There's a difference, right? QQQ making everybody bearish. SPY did not break that low. So saying bull and bear burn on SPY. Bear burn happening. Bear burn coming trying. Bear burn trying. Very
very dangerous what happens. Yep, he said 200 EMA. Absolutely, we are at 200 EMA on QQQ, about to decide what to do. But the MACD is bearish now, not bullish. Since 12:25 when I called out the top, right, saying this is not going north, looking like, but they're trying to show that it's going north. Time is 1:20. Time is 1:20. And the 120 bounces came. 120 bounces came. Chris said Trump going live soon. You know, that thing is doing its thing. Yours said, I still think they can dump XLF hard. Financials, not sure if they do it today. Okay, XLF says, Tanya said Nvidia flying, broke downward trending. Let me see. Nvidia. Nice. It is at the top of the EMA. Apple. Let's see how Apple is doing still. 230s. That is crazy from 220. That is a move on Apple. It must be up like 15% in the last 2 days. Google. I'm bullish since 110 as well. Meta. Okay. Palantir. There is never a day Palantir is not bullish. Crazy. Tesla. Okay. QQQ. The bearish MACD slightly dying. Right, we're hovering since the bearish MACD is slightly dying. Maybe the market is waiting until President Trump comes on too. The market is waiting. It's hovering. Time is 140, and we went higher into 140 on QQQ. We went higher on 140 on SPY as well. So we got to respect that as well. 130, 135, 140. Okay. We're still in between the two pivot points. 935 LOD, 1220 HOD. Right at POC. Time is 12:40. The candles are coming in bullish every single minute. It's doing this at the top every single minute, but it's going up every single minute. Let's see where this bounce goes. To break the roof, or to hover back at the roof, or what? Time is 140. Breaking out, coming. Breaking out, coming. Breaking out above the 1250 level 2, right? So bear burning everyone here. Wow. Time is 140. HOD is nearby in QQQ. How do we do it on SPY? Right, they killed the bearish MACD since 125 into 140, and they actually pumped it into 140. They really actually pumped it into 140, that candle. Time is 142 still. 140 still. QQQ gapping up on the 1 minute candle. Gap filled. There's another gap. Gap being filled almost. They pumped up into 142, 140. And the gap is still existing. Gap filled. Two gaps filled. Do anything. Time is 140. MACD volume coming in. Top of the 140 candle is here. 145 is higher than 140 on SPY. Technically speaking, it's 145 here. 145 on QQQ as well. We are right at the roof. We are right at the roof. Do we break the roof or what? Do we break the roof or what? Time is 1:45. Time is 1:45. Wow. $145. Roof break or what? Volume MACD. Not bullish, but it's not bearish anymore. But we are at the roof. So it was the 637 calls that printed, right? And it was the 636 calls that puts that got killed. This is the reason why I asked earlier, 637 calls or 636 puts? Because one side getting killed off. HOD. Ripster posted, said Apple has been like 100 green candles today, no stopping. It's crazy, every single 10-minute candle is up on Apple. You want to see it? Look at Apple, ready? Apple, 10-minute candle. This is what Tenet posted on Twitter. He said, tariffs are gone, no stopping. Tim Apple. Yeah, crazy run. From 203 to 230. Can you imagine? 203 to 230. This is the biggest MACD push in basically in half a year. QQQ. Yeah, Apple, biggest push in half a year. Remember that. Biggest push in half a year. Rejecting from the roof. Okay, this is a roof rejection happening. For now, let's see what happens. Time is 1:45 into 150 playing. Time is 1:45 into 150 playing. We have Canadian Prime Minister Carney makes defense announcement. Okay, we'll watch this too.
That means working with the best partners. It means getting maximum value for money.
Okay.
With the greatest benefit for
HOD
jobs and economic
roof
activity
hope.
here in Canada.
This is HOD roof hope playing out. Okay.
We concluded the new EU-Canada Security and Defence Partnership to advance Canada's participation
Time
in
is
the European
1:45.
Security Initiative and Rearm Europe plan. This will give us better access to European
Did not go
defense
high,
partners
lower
for
into
our needs,
150 yet.
and it will
Just
give
gotta wait.
our defense suppliers greater opportunities to help supply Europe's.
All you can do here is wait.
As you see, they're listening in to Canadian Prime Minister making this defense announcement, talking about raising wages for members of the military.
150 is inside 145.
Away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Stay right here with us.
And they keep going live in commercial break. Come on. $150. SPY more closer towards the roof than QQQ. Time is 150. The market is making a weird cycle at the tippy top. But you see this box? Look what happened to this box too. Ready? We're gonna draw out the cycle. What happened to the now? Okay. This is what happened into now. 120 never broke the 1 o'clock low, right? So it is 1/3, 2/3, and then 3/3 happening basically. Right, nobody knows how high this is gonna go. Nobody knows if 150 is gonna break 145 actually. But this is basically what just happened. 1/3, 2/3 someone printing, 3/3 someone got trapped, 1/3, 2/3 someone printing, 3/3 someone got trapped, 1/3, 2/3 calls printed, right? Not puts. Since 1 into 120, even though they did this, right? Even though they went lower on QQQ, all this is doing is this. Cycle just a little bit different. Right, into 145. So we'll see what happens. Time is 150 now. QQQ gapping up, gap down. All I'm saying is it's nice to be the person being in the 1/3, 2/3. It sucks to be the person, retail trader, that is in the 3/3. Right? It's beautiful to be in the 1/3, 2/3, whether it's short. It's beautiful to be in the 1/3, 2/3, whether it's going long, right? It literally sucks so much to be the person that is 3/3, because you're getting trapped because of cycles, right? What happened earlier, going up on QQQ, 145, right? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Right? We go higher in the 3/3 to what? Make people euphoric, to make people think higher and higher and higher and higher coming. You know what I'm saying? What do we do in the 3/3? We go lower and lower, lower and lower, lower to make people the more lower is coming. You know what I mean? This is psychological shit, cycle-based stuff. But if you know how to play this, if you try to play this to the best of your abilities, right? If you know you're winning like crazy in calls, right? And then you leave at a certain point because you know 3/3 coming, because you're basically being a logical person, if that makes sense. Because at a certain point it's gonna pull back, at a certain point it's gonna go back up, at a certain point because all this is cycle based, all this is time based, and off a time and off a cycle itself. It's risk analyzation. Let's see what's going on here. It's a small cycle confusion, but this is higher into 150 at the minimum. We are near the high. Okay. QQQ, there's a difference, right? But like, this is higher, so what can you do other than let it be? You know what I mean? Let the market draw, let the market be. The MACD pulled back on the 1 minute side. The 5 minute is neutral. Okay.
And look, we're, to the extent, we're very conscious that there are a couple of negotiations in sequence. And
let me know if you guys can hear this well, if you want to allow it, whatever you want.
Inform each other. That's in the interest of all parties.
Earlier this week, you talked about the idea that you'd be looking to take counter tariffs off if it would help Canadian businesses. What sectors specifically are you looking at doing those things?
Look, it's a general point. It's something we have.
We are hovering near the roof, so when this happens, statistically speaking, right, any one spike could break the roof, and you know, news is coming out, catalyst is here, so you know, to think that roof break is honestly coming is not like a terrible opinion, in my opinion, because we're hovering near the roof. We're so close to the roof right now that any spike candle could break the roof easily. You just need MACD and volume to come. So anything is possible here, but when you see us hovering at the roof, more likely than that, mathematically speaking, right, we break the pivot point, right? So we're breaking, when we're bullish, we break the pivot point like 75%. When we're in a bearish trend, we break the pivot point of that small cycle like 1, 2, 3, 4, if that makes sense. So
this is a generational change in pay for the Canadian
high
Armed Forces.
today
And
at 574.33. High today
doing
at
several things. One is
37.37.
the increases, 20% for those
Let's
coming
see if they
into
do
the
it.
forces,
Time is 155.
the privates.
This is going higher, so 155 is here.
Up to the level of
And look,
lieutenant
SPY is going
colonel,
higher,
so
right?
13% up to the
And
level of
QQQ
lieutenant
is
colonel,
not.
and then 8%
So
colonel and
I'm
above.
just going to keep
Those are
drawing out this
significant
box,
changes.
and you guys will
They
see what
also
happens
come
into the
with
future.
a series of other supplements, time of service supplement for that, in theater operations, being moved.
We're so close to the roof. One candle with
times.
half a candle with.
All right, as you see there, just listening into some of those remarks there from the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, answering questions after making that defense announcement, talking about raising wages from some of those military members there in Canada. Of course, we did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox, as he did address one of the main points that we have often been seeing, of course, the relationship between both the U.S. and Canada, talking about the trade relationship and where things stand as far as negotiations between himself and President Trump.
Might break the roof and create a divergence. QQQ might not.
My live time here on the desk. I'm going to slide away for a 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, though, you'll be joined by my colleague Mike Page. He's going to be guiding you through the next few hours of live coverage and top stories. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Time is 1:55 exactly. The MACD is bullish on the 5-minute side on SPY. The MACD is bullish on the QQQ 5-minute side as well. The candles are just coming in slightly red. Nothing though. The EMAs were jumbled earlier and then now being brought back up bullish. The entire day it's been bullish, but the EMA has been getting smaller, getting dragged up. Time is 1:55, 2 p.m. coming up. HOD at 12:20. Breaking the roof, trying. Time is 2 p.m. in 43 seconds. So honestly, this whole setup looking bullish enough to break the roof, create a divergence or not. Let's see right now, this is 155 bounce technically after a 155 rejection. Whatever happens here signifies, right? Either this or 2 p.m. 2 p.m. is here. Who thinks breaking out? The poll earlier, right, was are bears trapped or are bulls getting cooked, right? And then I think it was at 115 or something. Look how the story changed after quite a bit. Well, who thinks we're breaking out now? Who thinks we're doing what? Who thinks we're rejecting? Who thinks we're breaking out? QQQ. Higher into 2 p.m. QQQ higher into 2 p.m., right? So now it's being the same story. Something like this. Going higher for now. Right? Cycles, everything being extended. Or being bullish still. At the roof. Time is 2. Time is exactly 2. We are primed for a breakout. Are we breaking out is the question. Are we breaking out? Or are we rejecting? What does everybody think right here, right now? Hurry up. Everybody vote. Everybody vote. Lewis said breakout. Chris said breakout. Josh said they're starting to move higher soon, fast. Sean said revenge trading, 20x, 637p. Honestly, you could see a rejection, you could see a pump. So, yeah, hopefully we see what's good for the majority of the people. WhatsApp group is saying breakout, breaking out. Everybody vote. I don't care what it is, just say it so that we can know. Whatever happens here, just know that both could have happened, and just remember this moment for the future, okay? Breakout trying, right? Candle trying, right? Time is 1:58. 1:58, 1:59, 2, 2:02, 2:01, all stands as 2 p.m. So we'll see what happens with this. We are at QQQ all-time high, 5 all-time highs, 574.34. Rejection trying off of 159, but one single candle does not mean anything. We need to just see. Okay, we're gonna see what happens in 2:05, 2:10. We will see. Bradley said breakout. Eddie Hall said C. Jimmy Hall said rejecting, just so Sean can win. Sock Jack said rejecting. Angie said rejection. Lenny said breakout. I'm here to say I love you. Aw. Okay, so people are mixed, but 65-75% people said breakout, okay? The rest said rejection. I'm not saying this is going to reject, but we have to. What I am saying is if they show a red candle, we need to wait and see into 205, 210, because, yeah, anything is going to happen. Look at that, right? Red candle and then breakout trying, right? At 2 o'clock exactly time is 2 o'clock exactly. Mark Carney is back on.
Military will build our economy as well. Thank you.
Prochaine question. Oui, bonjour, Andrea Williams de Radio-Canada.
Breakout. Wow.
Première question.
Green candle. Time is 2 o'clock. HOD broke.
Quel est le retour sur investissement
Time is
pour les
2 o'clock.
Tout d'abord, oui, c'est un investissement, mais au fond, c'est
candle coming in, big green.
C'est équitable. Parce
candle
que
coming in, big green into 2 o'clock.
Les Canadiens ont beaucoup de responsabilités. Ils
like
font beaucoup de sacrifices pour notre pays.
HOD broke.
Ce qui est clair est que leurs salaires ne sont pas à un niveau avant.
There's a lot of news coming out right now,
so
it's going to help or do something.
We'll always look
high today breaking, calls are printing.
Trade obligations,
one big green candle into 201.
Good morning,
consecutive
Prime Minister.
candle.
Ashley Burke, CBC News.
In June, Minister
CBC News is
McGuinty said
asking
there
more
would be a
stuff.
20% pay raise, and a lot of military members got their hopes up. They thought it meant across the board for all members. Why are all members getting that 20% pay hike?
This is a generational change in pay for the Canadian Armed Forces, and what we're
HOD
doing
broke
is
into two.
Doing several things. One is the increases, the 20% for those coming into the forces, those the privates.
HOD broke into 2.
8%
MACD
up to the
coming in
level
bullish
of
into 2 p.m.
lieutenant colonel. Sorry, 13% up to the level of lieutenant colonel, and then 8% colonel and above. Those are significant changes. They also come with a series of other supplements, time of service supplement for that, in theater operations, being moved for multiple times, domestic responsibilities
Time
that
is
we
2:05 and 40
we're grateful
seconds.
that the forces are meeting in cases of emergency, but also our hardship and others, the ones that I detailed. So I would.
All right, everyone, you are watching live now from Fox. That was Prime Minister Carney from Canada, but now we want to go out live to the Texas House floor. This is where the fight.
Life's an adventure, and the 2025 Honda Ridgeline is built for all of it. Whether
2:02. We're at 637.46, and we're at 574.54. Broke out. Calls basically got printed out crazy from here. Right?
Have all members registered?
$1.20. So.
There being 95 members present, a quorum is not present. The House and gallery, please rise for.
Yeah, no one cares about that. Breaking out. Time is 2:05. Wow, 2 p.m. breakout in 2. 2:05 happening. This cycle is going way higher. Something like this. Something like this. This cycle is also saying this is the right direction to go, like this. Into 2:05 at the minimum. We just went up 60 cents, 50 cents since 2. We went up 50 cents or 60 cents from 2. It's a beautiful breakout almost. Beautiful breakout. Yo, I'm on a phone call, guys. Give me 1 second, please.
Alright, I'm back. Time is 2:06. Market is at high of the day. Alright, all puts basically, if they did not scalp or get to leave, got used up crazy. Right, that was one hell of a pull. I literally was trying to go long here, but you imagine, right? Even if someone didn't leave into that shit, well, yeah. If I joined there, I probably would have left somewhere here. I'm not gonna lie. I always take max. I always take max profits. So yeah, if these people go crazy fast and crazy hard when they go one direction. One direction. Time is 2:10. Time is 2:10. So HOD 2:05, same time. HOD 2:05, same time. .210 is here. Wow. 637.5. So that was literally what they were doing earlier. To pull back from here to lose 637 was literally the reason why. So they could run it and make money on it later. But on this action, I was honestly thinking either 637 call or 636 put. But yeah, they did do into 637 calls. Let's see how well 637 calls went. So 89 cents was at 37 cents. So honestly, like 200 real quick. 76. Okay, maybe yeah, maybe 100%. I don't know. Maybe a little bit more than 100% since 135, 125. Rejection coming off of 110 or 210. But there's a divergence on the roof. There's a divergence on the roof. There's a divergence on the roof and they're going lower into 210. But because there's a divergence, there has to be more caution. To 210, this box into 205. This cycle right here though, going up, going up, going up, literally was saying either prime up to break out or to reject, and that was to break out. And now possibly retesting the previous HOD. Retested the previous HOD, 1220. QQQ did not come down. SPY did. To 1220 is what I'm saying. Time is 2:15 and 30 seconds. There's a divergence on the roof. Divergence on the roof. So different stuff possibly going on. Or QQQ testing the previous HOD at 1220. One single cycle. I don't think that's a real drop. That's why puts aren't moving. It's just maybe, you know, get a little bit more people to come. Make a new HOD. Time is only 2:10. So there's a divergence on the roof. Now time is 2:15. Time is 2:15. The 210 bounce, 215. 210 rejection, 210 bounce, 215. So these small cycle bears getting trapped. I could see one more roof honestly, and then maybe a pullback into not even 330, but like into close. But we'll see. We are at all-time highs, so maybe what if they spike it into close too? That's also true. Not too high, but yeah. 210, 215 coming, 210, 215 coming. There's confusion going on. This is wow. 215, 210 into 215, one single cycle. 210, 205, 210, 215, one single cycle. Big candles, literally. The cycles are off too, so this is weird, you know. Divergence, so they could push back down a little bit on this and then break out later and clear divergence. But because the divergence is on the roof, it makes it hard to short. It makes it hard to go long. Is all I'm saying. It's literally one single cycle. Time is 215. This broke the 210 low, so it's going lower into 215. So yeah, dangerous stuff happening at the breakout. We're at the 1220. We're below 1220 on QQQ. We are at all-time highs, and they're creating a divergence on the roof. Make it confusing for people to go long, to, you know, speculate on the dump or whatever it is. But like this is literally what happens when we're at all-time highs. They make divergences on the roof, and then sometimes you see bearish bears, and then you see a 1 minute gap up, and then that holds for like 2 hours into close because we're at all-time highs. They could just do whatever they want to try to confuse people out. Time is 12:16, so 12:15 bounces trying for 1 minute. MACD is. It's just so hard to tell off the MACD alone until momentum comes, but yeah. Into 2 o'clock for sure. That pushed up. So sneaky to 201, 203. And then they started pulling back at 205. $220s here. 215 bounce to the 220 happening. 215 bounce to the 220 happening. 217. Just smaller cycles are just playing out, fading out a picture. Someone live.
These federal enforcement actions have disrupted everyday lives in our community, and they don't serve the public interest
220.
or further
Time is 220.
the public safety. The vast majority of those targeted are not criminals, but they are an integral part of our community. They are individuals
10 cents
We've
away from
immigrated
HOD.
here. There are
So we can
mothers,
bear trap this again and then
fathers,
break HOD real quick.
grandparents
In one single
who
candle,
are doing
one
the hard
single
job that
cycle.
often those here don't want to do.
Right. Which would mean divergent shorting is
disappearances
dangerous, but I
are
mean,
tearing families apart.
if they roof hook
eroding the
track to
trust
that means divergent
in our
long
public
is
safety
dangerous
systems.
too, so.
As a
Shit.
former police officer myself, having been with the Oxnard Police Department for over 30 years, I'm keenly aware of laws and our constitutional rights,
Let's go look at some big names. Tesla,
and I would never be able to justify the actions or the tactics
329. Okay, this is the
I'm
next
currently
highest
seeing
volume node somewhere around
employed
here.
by federal
329,
agents.
331, 333. NVIDIA
It is illegal to target individuals
above
based solely
POC.
on their skin color, their neighborhoods where they're living,
App
their accent, where they're employed, the types of jobs that
pulling
they're
back
doing.
off the top, trying.
Yet I see this occurring in our city and in our region. This is why we're joining
Google,
our neighboring cities in supporting this lawsuit. We are
Meta,
committed to protecting
flying,
the dignity and rights of all members of our community and across the state.
flying, but recovering.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
It's okay, you can clap. I think that was very good. Yes.
QQQ in the ascending.
Okay. And from the city of Pomona, it's my honor to introduce Mayor
Yeah.
Tim Sandoval.
Yeah, I think I'll just stand. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, City Attorney, for bringing us together this morning. Today, Pomona stands proudly with our sister cities for justice,
I think what happens with
and due
Tesla will have to
process
do a lot with what
for
the
all who
market
call
does
our
today,
cities
but
home.
yeah.
In my city, the pain and
Market
fear
ran
our
on
residents
Tesla
are
running
experiencing
yesterday,
has
right?
been
Into
palpable
close.
at our
Big
public
time.
meetings.
Maybe
A young
everything
woman
else
shared
ran
the story
too.
of her
but
father being taken by ICE in a neighboring city, and she said it shattered, as she said, my world. This young
Divergence
woman,
at the roof,
her
so let's
father,
just take caution and
this
let's see
family,
what happens.
these are our people who work on our homes.
I don't think anything's happening until
care
there's
for our
major,
children,
major divergence for
work in our
clearance
restaurants and
news coming out,
factories,
but
pick up and deliver our food, serve as first
the
responders.
little plays,
They are the
little
lifeblood.
plays, right? Little plays from here to here, little plays from here to here, right? Little plays from here to here, right? Little plays from literally here to here, right? And then at 2 from here to here. Everything is little cycle playing if you think about it, bro. Everything, bros and girls, like everything is literally just deducting through the right cycle correctly into the next cycle, using the setup into the next cycle, deducting correctly into the next cycle.
That bind us together Let's
But
not
all I'm
forget
saying is
that
now
we are
that we are at
talking
this cycle,
about
right, there is a
our
divergence on
democratic
QQQ and
rights
SPY.
and our
They could leave it like that and
constitutional
close
rights,
it,
which
but all I'm
affects
saying is,
every
let's just watch
single
the difference
American in this country.
with caution.
I want to thank our legal team, our immigrants' rights
QQQ
organizations,
looking
of
bullish
course,
on the 5
Mayor
minute,
Bass and the
SPY
city
pulling back
of
on
Los
the 1 minute,
Angeles, and the plaintiffs who are courageously
SPY pulling
fighting
back
to protect the right of
5
our
minute,
residents to
neck
live
deep,
and to work
looking
without
or
fear
trying.
of being
Time
apprehended
is
or
220.
having their families separated. Thank you.
220 rejection from 217. Time is 221, so
And
we have
next
to
up
wait until
is the mayor of
225.
the great
QQQ
city
is
of
going
Southgate,
higher
the Honorable
from
Maria
215.
Davila. Thank you, District Attorney, for City Attorney. I just got a promotion. Thank you, and thank you all for being here today. Maria Davila from the great city of Southgate, here representing our community. We're here today, to show our upsetness
Nothing yet on SPY and
what's going
QQQ.
on in our community. Southgate
Other
has seen
stocks,
growing
let's
sense
see
of
if there are
fear,
any interesting
confusion.
plays coming.
ICE operation have increased across the region. Families are afraid to leave their homes. Residents have come to city council meetings pleading for answers, for protection.
Today is Friday, so
We cannot ignore the real harm that this is doing to our community.
there is going to be some
The
crazy
mental
zero
health that
DT
it's,
plays on
it's
stuff.
happening in our children, our family, our seniors, that they are afraid to go out to their senior events because they are afraid. Our police department has spent resources providing mutual aid for neighboring cities, pulling officers away from our own city.
Time is 2:25.
The impact has a significant to the city, made it difficult. And it was difficult for us, for the city of Southgate, to cancel our 4th of July celebration. For concern of public safety, fear, immigration enforcement action could target our residents during a time of celebration. Our local small businesses are suffering. Restaurants. Many residents are too afraid to shop, and our economy reduces the tax revenue that we need to provide essential
Look at that Fox News.
needs.
Soon, President Trump remarks,
We're especially
stock
worried
surge
that
to end the
people may
weeks.
stop reporting crimes
Is
or
what it says on the
cooperate
news.
with local law enforcement
Candle.
when ICE agents
225 going
don't
lower.
identify themselves, or they have their
With the
face covered.
divergence.
We become unclear whether arrest is immigration related
225 rejection into 230
the
coming.
confusion breaks the
With the
trust that
divergence
we
on the
worked
roof.
so hard to build.
I did not short.
Southgate stands for safety, transparency, and the protection of all
I was looking at other stocks
residents'
like Tesla and shit.
We call for this accountability
SPY.
and respect for our community. The Sela community, the Southeast area, we all stand together because we need to protect our families. And I just want to thank everyone for being here and just to continue the
QQQ
support
1 minute gap
and
down.
continue working together as cities
We did not.
to protect our
It did not.
communities.
They're just pulling back off the top. With the divergence. Time is
And from Bell Gardens,
2:25.
Mayor Jorge Chavez.
I'm not in this. I'm not in this. Well, I was thinking about going right here, right? 220 rejection, but I did not go in that.
Everybody, my name is Jorge Chavez, mayor for the city of Bell Gardens.
It's a divergence, you know what I mean? I don't want to short with the divergence, but that's literally a divergence. That's the confirmation with the divergence anyway, you know what I mean? 220, 215, 220, and then 225. Holy fuck. Who is in this? Crazy. Confirmation shorting. 220, Confirmation short into 225. Holy dump.
Seniors trapped in their homes. We've seen
Holy dump. Who is in this?
Armed individuals in unmarked vehicles detaining residents without identifying themselves.
That is confirmation shorting.
And without respecting the law. Let me be clear. This is not justice. This is not public safety, and this is not America. These are clear violations.
The risk was there, but they don't care. They want to print.
That belong to everyone in our city, regardless of their citizenship status, documented or undocumented. The damage is real. Community events had been canceled. Businesses are losing revenue. Police are pulled from their core duties.
Like, divergence doesn't really mean anything, you know what I mean? But like, confirmations mean everything. Confirmations mean everything. I was looking at this green candle and I was like, oh yeah, I want to do it, but like, you know, if I didn't get it right, I would have gotten completely screwed, right? But still, on that one big red candle, you either do it or don't, right? People are looking at it like, or am I late, or am I, and they just boom, boom. Down a whole fucking dollar. That is crazy. And then bounce at 225. Bounce at 225. Time is 2:30 already. So that was a small game and another game building. Real fucking quick.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go say some palabras en español.
Real quick. This guy's on the way. Lightning. Time is 2:30. Time is 2:30. 225 bounced into 2:30. And QQQ gapped up. Looks like it's about a gap fill. We'll see what happens. SPY is still above 637, right? Look at that. Look where it went to. Right below 637. That is crazy work. There's a QQQ gap. Time is 2:30. Gap is holding. Gap is holding. Gap holding and going higher. I mean, I get what he's saying. All this is, to say the least, life. Trading is life. Because, yeah, all this has to do with how you basically view the world. That's how I think of this too. Like, trading has a lot to do with how you view the world. Is basically, like when I'm euphoric, I'm like skeptically euphoric, cautiously euphoric. Time is 2:30. Everyone says that trading is gambling, but I honestly like don't think so, because I think it's like a mix of like insider information people know, deductions, and because like there's a reason why people are winning, but like there's a reason why people get caught too. It's the only thing, and like because it's a system, it's so imperative to understand the system of what's going on. If that makes sense, and the system has to do with everything, literally just everything, which makes trading absolutely hard, right? Right, you gotta look at every stock. You gotta look at MACD, volume, everything at the same time, price action. But it's also why you should not overtrade too. To trade every cycle, you know how hard that is. But basically, to trade from here to here and then be done, or trade here to here, be done, or no, don't even be here or whatever, or literally come back and just see the setup and deploy to this and this, is great, right? But like you will never play that setup because you will never see the setup. Because in order to see the setup, you kind of have to just set it up yourself and see it and deduct it yourself. But yeah, because it is so hard, because every environment is different, and because sometimes they do it with a divergence, because we're at all-time high. Sometimes we don't, depending on how many people are and whatnot. It's insanely hard. Gotta just keep looking at SPX put to call ratio. Like, it's frustrating. Nobody wants to do that. Time is 2:30. 5. Like, nobody wants to do this. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to draw at times. Nobody wants to deduct. Who wants to deduct, right? You just want to make free money. I would too. It's just, that's how they get ya. Time is 2:35. Time is 2:35. Above POC. Dancing on POC. QQQ 5 minute trying to come in bullish, but they could be true, they could be faking. No one knows. Oh, we will know in a little bit. 2-3 minutes. Into 240. This little bearish, weird bearish cycle now trying to be broken, right? At 235. This is why I said divergence trading is dangerous, basically shorting or long. But they did basically confirm lower, and then you had to leave into a massive red candle, right? And then they're trying to go to the roof on QQQ. Is the reason why divergence trading is the way it is, because the majority of the people would get trapped in calls or shorts, and they would not know what's going on. But what is going on is there's always a setup, and there's always a time confirmation. There's always something telling you something's happening. Time is 2:35. Time is 2:35 at the roof. At the roof. Right? Some people, like I told you, right? Some people don't even trade certain moments. Some people just wait until the market breaks out above previous, blah blah blah, and then they go long in one DT, like one weekly out, you know? And then they just don't sell into a pullback because they know it's gonna go higher into tomorrow or something, or into the end of the day, and then sell it at the top. But like, you know, that has its risks too. How do you know, which peak is which? How do you know which peak is not gonna be the next high peak? So you have risk with that too. You gotta just be able to constantly deduct through the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and then constantly catch the right cycle, and then not overtrade as well, and then just get out and leave and be done. Go live your life and come back. But if you don't, they will somehow get you. This is a rejection off the roof, 235 playing out. Rejection off the roof, 235 playing out. Active volume not really there. Okay. I'm going in right now. 1,100, okay? Risk is astronomical. There's a divergence, is why. 240 is already here. Time is 2:38. This could be best safe exit. Okay, I'm out. $1,210. $638 puts. That's how you do it. With a divergence, time confirmation, right? Small cycle, right? They bull trap though. This, I'm telling you, this is why it makes divergence long and short dangerous as fuck. Look at the MACD. Look at the candle. Yeah, this is the reason why people are like, oh, this is kind of, kind of feels like, but I'm telling you, the setup is there. It's just you have to be able to see the candle for what it is. Like somehow deduct it, somehow not predict it, but deduct it, right? Make out, leave, let it be, don't overtrade, and then see what happens, right? Going long too, like money, 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 right? But like to hold from here to here and then not leave, you know how sucky that is with the divergence, right? So it's just to not have an understanding of cycles, to not have an understanding of 1/3, 2/3, what that means, right? Mark up, mark down, and then what 3/3 means, distribution. To not understand that exactly and to trade is suicide almost, because yeah, this is 240 bounce. This is 240 bounce. Okay, 240 bounce. into 240 still. Let's see what happens. The MACD was bearish from 235 into 240, right, being turned off, and then now it is neutral. Still at the roof, the rough. So not going down south because there's a divergence, not going up easily because there's a divergence, right? We're staying in the middle of this, what, 1025 to 1025 drop, right? Channeling wherever the hell we are. Right on previous HOD 1220, right? I'm telling you, there's so many things that people need to understand that they don't understand because they have not tried for a long ass time, or they have not struggled through it for a long ass time to understand it enough. You get what I'm saying? Because this previous HOD, right? How many times did we test it? 1, 2, 3 times, right? People that don't have these things marked mentally or physically, just they don't know what's going on. But what I do know is I watch videos like that and I remember it. I watch videos from, 13 years ago by, British people that have talked about, trading in their lives, right? And I remember what they have said because that's basically their experience. And like, I don't really, like, yeah. Well, I mean, I've sent all these videos out. It's just like, this is what I say to my friend, right? That tell me he's had some difficulties, right? And now he's constantly in profit every single day, mostly. And for a long time he was losing too, right? And it's just like, you need to practice it, practice it, practice it, practice it, practice it, and then, right, you'll get some sort of belief, and then the rewards will come. Not in any other order, if that makes sense. And that is a very, very hard concept to understand, but yeah. But that video literally says, right, HOD or previous pivot point turned into support resistance, right? It could be either or, right? Because they don't speculate. Well, I'm just saying, if you think about it, what just happened, right? With the divergence on the roof, okay? Boom, 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 right? With the divergence on the roof, if you really think about it. I'm not saying that this is perfectly what's playing out, but I'm saying if you kind of look at my charts, right? Shit's not coincidental if you kind of look at it. These things, right? Remember, where were we? At 1140. The realest people in my group remember, you know what I mean? At 1140, we were at the bottom of the VWAP. At 1150, we were at VWAP. At 1150, you know what I mean? At 1155, we're at the top range of the VWAP. And like, there's just certain things that you could basically, yeah. 1240, 245 time is 245. Right, some small game going on off the previous HOD. But I'm telling you right now, guys, be real with me. The majority would not understand that this is a previous HOD turned into whatever it is. You know what I mean? Support or resistance. But we are basically testing it to retest whatever, right? These are important levels. These are important things to understand because, like, they talk about it because they went through it, I think. Which means that I need to pay attention to time, cycle, what they have said, what they have, talked about, because that's literally what I see. That's what I go through. It's what I struggle through, what I print on, what I save my money on, what I, constantly catch myself speculating on. So let's see what happens with this. Okay, divergence on the roof. So we could get a pump into end of day and be a lotto, but I mean 3 p.m. is coming, right? 3:30 is coming. I'm telling you, the realest people in my group remember the things that I've told them, right? 317 peak counts as 220, right? 1220, right? That HOD turned into resistance or support when it broke out. So technically speaking at 2, right? So the realest people remember the videos that I've sent them because they're long ass videos. Time is 2:45. We're going below the previous pivot, or previous HOD, off of 245 into. Time is 250. If this candle stacks, then maybe, but they could be showing bearishness too. Bearish trap everybody too. HOD as well. So deductions are to be made. Candles are closing. And time is 250 right now. Time is 250 right now. The volume MACD is not really there. So some people don't even trade when the volume MACD not even there, even with the setup there, you know. But you gotta just be able to tell. Sometimes this is being killed, this is being used. Yeah. Time is 250. 250 inside 245 candle. 250 inside 245 candle. Now it's turning into something like this using previous HOD, staying until we make a decision with the market. Now it is above QQQ. SPY is right at. Let's see where POC is. POC is right here probably. Oh, it's not on SPY. Above POC. Above previous HOD. Above 637. QQQ gapping up 1 minute. QQQ gapping up 1 minute candle. Yeah, like I literally said, yeah, like there was a setup to go long, and then there was a setup to, you know, divergence short, right? And then there was, I mean, some people went long to go back to the pivot, you know what I mean, HOD, and then some people shorted on that, and it's just, the setup is there, but the cycles, you know, might not be what people are wanting, expecting, predicting, is the only issue, right? And the only thing that I do is I don't try to predict the power of the wave, if that makes sense. QQQ gapped up, gap filled.
Hamas and not any other terrorist organization. This will help free our hostages and ensure
Guys, I'm gonna get a cup of water. Time is 2:50.
To Israel in the future.
No news coming out.
On this, we welcome our next guest to help break down the situation in the Middle East. Harley Lipman joining us, a political analyst. Great to have you on. And Harley, what does this look like if Israel does in fact occupy Gaza?
Very difficult for Israel to do this. I think, as we know, the world has aligned against Israel. Even a lot of Israelis' own citizens are against this. And it's going to create more sanctions against Israel, more anti-Semitism. So you may wonder, why is Israel doing it? Because they basically don't have much of a choice. The analogy I'll give you is, if Canada had elected Al Qaeda, and they launched an attack.
There's no Trump news coming out. They just keep saying President Trump's gonna come out and say something, but nothing. And we've been barcoding here for literally 45 minutes. That's absolutely wild. We've been barcoding at the roof for 45 minutes. Right at previous HOD pivot point turned into support 12-20 level. Time is 2:50.
I would think so. It's called self-defense. You know, I think like any country, if you just change the names, every country would act like Israel in its effort to have self-defense. Remember, this is on Israel's border. This is an organization, Hamas, that's only goal is to kill every Jewish man, woman, and child in Israel. We have to be clear about it. This is their own words. And they are conducting an incredible propaganda campaign that's working. You know, you have countries that are rewarding Hamas for this kind of
250 bouncing.
massacre and murder of Jews. You know, the fact that Canada, France, and England want to recognize a Palestinian nation. Let's think about what that accomplished. Now Hamas is no longer at the negotiating table.
Possibly new roof.
Because of this, they said, why should we make concessions to Israel if European countries are going to force Israel to do it on their own? This is unhelpful. These European countries don't care about
possibly new roof, right? Does not mean new roof, I'm saying. Divergence clear would be most probable, statistically speaking, what has happened in the past. Does not mean it has to happen right now, but
theme, which is blaming Israel for everything. When you think of humanitarian aid, no country in Israel, no country
QQQ roof break trying.
has done more than Israel in
QQQ roof break trying.
Nobody. So Israel is really going out of its way to deal with the issue of starvation, and everybody just blames.
Tried the roof once at 235.
Doesn't make mistakes. They do make mistakes and have made them. They stopped sending in food in March as a way to pressure Hamas, believing that there was adequate food supply in Gaza. They were wrong. But that's a human error. It's not genocide. It's not deliberate starvation. And they're trying to, and they've corrected it. So I think the world really doesn't see what's going on.
QQQ is going, breaking 235 level. Time is 2:55. We could see a rejection here too, somewhere here, right below HOD. SPY is already rejecting at 2:55. Difference in what's going on. Difference in what's going on. QQQ wants to go higher. SPY is pulling back. 1 minute difference, not a big difference, but
They would be laughed at. But for Israel, it seems like some countries go against them when they're bordering really close to them.
Well, this is happening because of the infusion of money from Qatar, billions of dollars into universities and media outlets.
nothing.
It's
Nothing yet.
This progressive woke agenda now to embrace this cause of anti-Semitism and to be against Israel and their right to exist, which is really shocking that, you know, having progressive values would align them with Hamas, which is against everything that progressives believe in. Hamas is anti-gay. They throw gays off a roof. They're anti-women. They're corrupt. It's a dictatorship. You know, on every level, a progressive should want to embrace Israel, which is the gay capital of the Middle East, and is open-minded and has humanitarian values. And then when you look at the media,
the moment I walk away and say nothing, they're doing something. Okay. I went to get food, and they're rejecting off the roof with the divergence. This is just spiky candles though. If someone is able to deduct through these tiny, you know, cycles and play, right? Good for them. But
It's fast moves. It's not even 3 o'clock. I'm just marking this so if they do it in 50 seconds. 255 rejection, 255 bounce, so crazy candles, basically crazy candles.
And they had an issue retraction on page 50 where maybe 1/10 of a fraction of 1% even saw it. And it happened again. And this goes on regularly. The media is constantly trying to show a distorted picture of the
helping your lean security team slash attack dwell time and improve analyst productivity.
That is crazy. It keeps going back to the previous pivot point, HOD. Even on that big spike, right? QQQ is not moving. So are the bulls in control here? Are they showing bearishness, a bear trap here? Like, what? This is a 255 bounce too, and this is 3. Right? Nothing guarantees this goes lower. I'm just saying, like, the cycles are so trash right now.
terrorist organization like ISIS and Al Qaeda, the Arab League, the spokes, the
Cycles are really bad right now.
Muslim Arab nations has condemned Hamas and said they should disarm. So the problem is not really coming from
Power hour is here at 3 p.m. That is true. Power hour here.
where it's coming from white people who are aligning themselves with anti-Semites and are creating this atmosphere where people are hating Jews, and it's very frightening to Jewish people and terribly unfair.
Since 2 for literally 1 hour. Bear trapping, bull trapping, like, right, if people are able to play the confirmations, they're okay, but if not, they're getting trapped into everything, right? Bear trap here, bull trap here, bull trap here, bear trap here, right? If people play the cycles right after watching somehow, they can get out, they can scout, but it's just like the environment right now is not directional, is not pullback to go long, is not a bounce to short, just stay. Lotto time killing. QQQ and SPY different too, so QQQ and SPY different.
Well planned, and that they could achieve their goal, because it's going to be extremely difficult.
Yes, very difficult and very edgy at the same time. Harley Lippman, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate your input on this Friday.
You.
Take care. All right, everyone. You are watching Live Now from Fox. Coming up on a new hour, just getting close to 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 o'clock out on the West Coast. And we are just moments away from President
Time
Trump
is 3.
to be meeting with the
Time is 3.
Prime Minister.
Something's happening now.
255
255 rejection
In the meantime, let's go on to Philadelphia,
into 3,
where the DA,
right?
Larry Krasner, giving an update on sexual
255
abuse cases that are happening
lower into 3. Lower into 3. Looks like. But the candles are so tiny, so we'll see what happens with this. I'm not going in. I'm just gonna watch it. There's literally no trading basically on the, what's going on. But it says that this low should break, technically speaking. 0.21, 0.21 already broke, so yeah, we'll see.
That they have police and prosecutors standing with them to make sure
this is basically crazy work.
Consider engaging in this type of heinous conduct knows that there will be
Into
accountability. And then there's a third level to it, which is it's not done. An investigation is not done until it's complete. We know that it is possible that in this case, this same defendant violated more people. We know that people need to hear and hear again and hear again that if someone you don't know, someone you didn't give permission, comes up and puts their hands on you, puts their hands outside your dress or inside your dress, heaven forbid, we need you to know that's a crime.
I am not in. I am not in. But I did say lower into 3, right?
Woman or anyone else should be walking around Center City in fear of what can happen.
No, I'm eating right now, so I don't.
That happens, I can assure
I don't have my
that not only
phone ready. I'm sorry.
this office is dedicated
Time is
to
3.
making sure that that stops immediately.
They went to 637.15, right, from 637.37, so that is basically best safe exit, most likely. Small ass cycle happening unless they really, really go. Okay. QQQ is that previous HOD turned into support.
Who have been sexually assaulted or violated.
Right, what happened since 205, right? 210.
At other times, of course it is.
Who's getting hurt?
These types of offenses,
Who printed? Who's getting hurt? Right?
among the most underreported.
Shit never changes. Why would it ever change? Why would it change tomorrow? You know what I'm saying? I did say lower into 3, right? At literally 3. What did I say?
Oh, trust me, we're listening. But I also hope that there are
Whatever.
people out there.
I'm eating. I don't care. I'm eating.
Suffered a terrible crime like this from someone else.
Oh my god.
Who will come forward because they will
They're dumping something now.
That the Philadelphia Police
They're dumping something up the top.
are utterly and completely dedicated to making sure that that is captured, that that is separated from society, that
Nvidia kind of pulling back. Tesla pulling back at the same time. That does not mean they go lower more, people. I'm just saying. Everything's pulling back at the same time. Right, QQQ look more bullish than SPY, and then now we are at previous HOD turn into resistance. So this is best safe exit because of the MACD volume. Okay, being green, big ass red candle is its best safe exit. Time is 3:03. Time is 3:03.
Please do the same. We could not be more serious about wanting to make sure that there is safety, that there is security for people who are walking around Center City, and that there is accountability for anybody.
This candle is most likely best safe exit. That does not mean we go not lower. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying.
By Lakeisha Anthony, who is the Senior Manager of Advocacy for WAR, that's WOAR, also known as the Philadelphia Center Against Sexual Violence, which has been a tremendous partner with this office for many years. We have ADA Amanda Hedrick, who's the chief of the DAO's charging unit, ADA Katrina Wattis, who is the chief of the DAO's Family Violence and Sexual Assault unit. We have Mariel Dela Cruz, director of the DAO's Victim Services unit, and Tracy Washington, assistant director of support services for the DAO's Victim Services unit. We also have, I hope I don't mispronounce this, I almost said Hirion, but we have Giriana Hernandez.
Time is 3:05, so we rejected at 3 into 3:05, looks like.
I'm going to say less and let
3:04.
say more.
Okay. QQQ, last safe big green, big red candle was 3:02, 3:03. So,
information in relation to this case, and you all know what information that is.
Technically
First,
about that
ADA Amanda
QQQ.
Hedrick.
SPY,
Second,
not yet.
ADA Katrina Wattis. Third, Mariel Dela Cruz. And fourth,
I don't know, SPY's looking weak, QQQ's looking strong. Not strong, but
I will get back up here.
showing strength is how you put this. Showing bounce is how you put it.
Good afternoon. I am here to discuss these incidents and the charges that have been filed in these matters. The first incident that has been charged occurred on August 2nd of 2025 at approximately 8:15 a.m. In the area of 1600 Waverly Street. The 36-year-old female victim was approached from behind by the offender, who put his arm around her neck and squeezed. He then indecently assaulted her. She screamed and was able to get away from the offender, who
Nothing. Just bad news. Alright, no news. No news. SPY is okay, here we go. Got the Associated Press though. That's good. I like the Associated Press. Time is 3:10. SPY MACD bearish. That's slow. Everything has slowed down though into close. Everything has slowed down into close. I don't know if they're gonna accelerate. Time is 3:10. If QQQ loses 574.34, possibility. Or they're just showing bearishness until candle stack, or this low breaks or something, or this low loses. Candles are coming consecutive now. QQQ is jumping crazy now. Since 210, 205, it's been 8. Call burn. Since 204, 205 on SPY. Since 207, 210 on QQQ, right? It's been a bull burn for now. Maybe they're hurting calls that go up into close, or maybe, yeah. Up, down, up, down, up. We went up 1, 2. We broke the roof 1, 2, 3 times in QQQ. QQQ. SPY is at the previous HOD, 1035. So maybe finding support off of 637 as well. Right. QQQ at 1220 level, and then SPY is at the earlier morning level.
At Vistaprint, we print signs so people can see your brand up close. But we also print signs so that people can see your business.
We're going to mark this as well. Previous HOD turned into support and resistance.
637. 637.35 and 637. MACD trying to be bullish, right? Trying to turn off the bearish MACD, trying to go, but it's one singular candle at 310. One singular candle trying to come in to push up from 305. Time is 310. It's 310 into 310. I think we're stuck here in between 1220 HOD, right? And then in between the 1035 HOD, looks like on SPY. And then QQQ is literally stuck at the 1220 HOD. Here it is, President Trump coming up. Something's going on. You guys see it? Alright, yeah. We're really data ranging here like crazy with one candle, like crazy. We're theta ranging here like crazy, right? Like crazy. Not going up, not going down. Just stuck in a flag. We're flagging up top in 2 HODs somehow at the end of the day. QQQ trying to dump, SPY trying to go higher. So we'll see what happens here. Time is 315, sorry. 310 rejection into 315. 310 rejection into 315. But SPY is pushing higher and QQQ is at the resistance or support. It's literally resistance and support, right? It's literally resistance, meaning it comes back to it, and it's support, meaning it finds support at it. The SPY is in between these two, but yeah, that is literally resistance and support. That is the definition right there. It means a magnet. Captain Chaotic said Trump is placing some last minute call trades before he speaks. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Yeah, Trump meeting with President Putin next week. Crazy wedging at the top. I think 330, some sort of something coming. QQQ losing it. QQQ losing it. Time is 2. Look. 315. And then finding support. Never mind. Wow, but for like literally 10 seconds. Literally 10 seconds, it looks crazy. And then the MACD volume, everything trash. So. Well, maybe they're trying to long too. Off of 305 into 315. Who knows? 315 could be higher than here. 315. Wow. They're fighting and crazy. Bear trapping. Time is 315. Back to 1220 levels on SPY. Found support. 2 minutes. That looked like a bear, and then it's a bear trap. All these people. Since 15 minutes. Candle coming in. I'm telling you, the pros are playing using these levels right now. That's the levels to play. You know what I mean? They reject that 3. Where are we going? Into 305. Where? Previous HOD. Where are we going back up? Previous HOD. Where are we on QQQ? Previous HOD. Where are we going back up? Literally nowhere. Funny stuff. Time is 3:20. Time is 3:20. There's no lotto yet, except that little call ride since 3:05. Into 3:30. Oh, maybe I spoke too fast. The bulls are coming. MACD is slowly dying, but it has to continuously die for it to go up. It looks like they're about to go live as soon as we're off. Time is 3:20. Time is 3:20. Inside the 315 spike candle. We're inside the 315 spike candle on QQQ as of yet. QQQ. Spy. Trying to break out. $0.03. We're trying to break out. I mean, but it's still doing it, you know. MACD volume coming in bullish. To those that are gambling, yes, this is a casino, I agree. To those that are deducting and printing, this is a motherfucking gift. Oh my. Time is 3:20. Oh my. They broke out of the 315 candle range. Nuke north. MACD helping everything. Bear trapping. Right? MACD volume coming in bullish. This cycle being trapped off. Every day though is a different size cycle, different size environment, different size something different setup. But the thing is, the setup and cycle and timing is always there. That will never change. $3.20. At 637.52. They sold them off and it bought back 57 cents, but still, that was still good money probably. Wow. Time is 3:20. Time is 3:20. Wow. Up $4.70. That is some stuff. HOD did not break yet. Divergence, roof divergence is most likely, I don't want to say it. They're not breaking it.
Yeah, but pro traders go long for the roof divergence too, but the roof divergence didn't happen yet, so maybe set up, time confirmation, set up, and then once we're here, right, they go long off it, then set up to leave before HLD break. I don't know, but yeah, crazy stuff. This is honestly feeling wild. Feeling wild. Man. They're cooking everybody, alright? They're cooking everybody. Time is 3:22. 30:30 coming. Why? Cause you know, small amount of people left and massive profits. I'll tell you that right now, massive profits. But like the majority of the people chased. The majority of the people were in and they got trapped now, and they're at the median. So, absolutely horseshit wild, right? Time is 3:22. So you literally had 2 minutes to exit, right? Not enter, to exit. Right, not chase, and then exit before HOD, and massive profit if you were in call, and then they hurt their call chasers. Time is 3:22. It's gonna be 3:25 in 6 seconds. All right, I'm telling you right now, this is lotto time. So 3:25 and the gap down. Okay, we're at the median. Some risky shit going on. Super fast stuff. Wow. They're trying to go long. Maybe that was the pullback. What the? Maybe. Alright, President Trump is live. Here we go. Here's President Trump. This is the moment. This is the moment. We get a decision, right? We get a big boom into 3:30, or we get a rejection. What happens? This is literally the candle. We're right at the middle. We're right at the middle.
How confident are you there could be lasting peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan? And does the deal today protect Christians?
That was it. What a boring. Nah, they're gonna talk later, but yeah, what a boring ass. Let's see what happens. We have POC. Time is 3:25. Nothing's going on as of yet. We are right at POC. What happens off of POC? Spike candles coming. Spike candles coming green. Spike candles coming red right after. What happens? No HOD break on that. Like literally, that was so perfect. Look at the MACD too, right? No HOD break on that. Like that's crazy. Like no divergence quick. I mean, they did the break. They did the roof break like 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So, or way more. You know what I mean? But like I'm talking about smaller cycle, medium cycle. So QQQ gapping up 1 minute. We did not go anywhere.
We did not go anywhere. Only new money calls printed. You know what I'm saying? Only new money shorts printed from cycle to cycle, basically. Like scalpers, basically. Lotto time scalpers. But like, yeah, people that were in got completely thrashed around. It's 325. 320 rejecting into 325. The MACD volume all dying. If this goes lower than here, yeah, but nah, this is just dumb. The time is 325, 327, so 330. Pulling back. Long or short, long or short, long or short, long or short, they don't know. Time is 3:30. $325 rejection into 330. QQQ stuck. 1220 previous HOD. The MACD volume bearish on the 1 minute side. I'm going in a put right now. Okay. I'm in small, $981. $330 bounce. Wash them out possibly. The MACD volume coming. Candles are not. I'm gonna leave soon. Fuck yes! I'm out. Woo! Let's go! Let's go! Out! 1.2K. Let's fucking go! Fuck yeah. Finally, oh my fuck. Let's go. Look at the 5-minute MACD. Fucking finally. Fucking finally. Oh my god. Time is 3:30. Alright, if they actually build this shit and this loses, right, they're gonna go, but like I don't care. I don't care. Oh my lord. I had a feeling that shit was gonna go. I had a feeling. Okay, they're going crazy, but like, whatever. Lotto time. Time is 3:30. Oh man, I don't know about that fucking hold, but like, holy shit. SPX put went juicy. Yeah, that shit went juicy. $480 to 710. Man, yeah, I'm not holding that shit. But still, look at the 5-minute MACD. That was a deduction, right? That was a deduction. I literally said, look at the 5-minute MACD, right? Right before at 325, 325, and it looked like it was gonna bounce. You know what I mean? It looked like it was gonna bounce, and then the MACD coming in to help to pull back into the end of the day, almost. Time is 3:32. So let's see what happens here. There may be a bounce, may not. We need to be careful and we need to focus when everybody is. Whatever is doing. So this is previous HOD 637.04. That was literally the play. This was a call payout, right? You just had to leave in that candle, and if they didn't, they called trad into basically the previous HOD, and they finally broke down on QQQ and then regaining it right at 331. 331. So time is 3:35. We're gonna see what happens at 3:35 into 3:40. They're theta killing everybody though. People that are not leaving in scalp profit, right? People that are not leaving in call scalp profit, people that are not leaving in put scalp profit, literally got used for the next cycle, the next cycle, the next cycle, the next cycle. And people that did not get to leave, right, is getting used into the next cycle. The MACD, everything just being literally just swap, 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 swap. Being used off of POC though, that is. SPX was crazy, crazy high up. Crazy, crazy. Time is 3:20 or 3:35. Let's see if the low of this candle breaks at 3:30 or not. Or not. It could not. Could not. It is breaking. It is breaking at 3:34. I'll turn that off. QQQ is not. Okay, QQQ is not. But that was the setup. That was the game into 3:30. Basically the previous HOD theory. Not theory, but you know what I mean. I know it's a reality because that guy speaking about it in 2008 means something to me. 3:34. So what if they go lower on SPY like this and then they don't on QQQ and then they bear trap everybody? That is also a possibility. So let's see what happens from right now into 3:45, 3:40. At some point you're gonna get a confirmation of a deduction. You know what I mean? This low is gonna break or ooh, wow. What a dump. Into close. Dump, 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 dump. Big time into close. 3:35. What the No way, dude. That shit is at guess how much that put is at. You won't believe it. 1.8k right now. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. I can't even fucking join, dude. I can't even. I can't even. Y'all have fun with that one because that's crazy. Man. Pull back into close confirmed. Yeah. 200 EMA. Time is 3:35. That was a confirmation to break the low of the 330, but look how fast that shit happens, right? Either you're in or you're not. You can't even join. Look how fast. From 637 to 636.7, so one whole dollar. Can't even join. Well, we went hella low from the top. Now it's bounce trying at 335 for 1 single minute. The 5-minute MACD was crazy nice though. That was such a crazy nice deduction, like a confirmation with time and cycle, with MACD helping everything. Right at 325, I literally called that at 325, right? What happened at 325? The MACD died bullish, right? And then I checked the 5-minute and I was like, damn, it's turning bearish. And that was right here. I don't even know, it was right here. Yeah, it was somewhere right here, right before that weird green candle. Time is 3:40. Time is 3:40. I don't know how much this is gonna go lower or higher, but if we think about it, the setup played out, the setup played out, the setup played out, the setup played out, and the setup just played out. So there must be another setup that people are looking for, or smart people are waiting for. So gotta just find the setup. So it is by waiting and by looking and deducting. Time is 3:40. Time is 3:40. 3:30 into 3:35 hold was crazy, but like, yeah, you gotta have some sort of, knowledge or some confidence in that hold that he's gonna do it. 5-minute MACD was confidence and knowledge. Wow. Time is 3:40. Low of the candle breaking. They're going lower, man. Time is 3:40. I don't know how far QQQ is going, but SPY is going lower into that one singular candle, and then could bear trap. But like, this is, yeah. Now, what setup? Below 1220. That is POC. POC on QQQ. We are right on POC on QQQ. $340 is bouncing for now. $340 is bouncing for now. It's one single candle, so anything could happen. I kind of can't believe they left all that above 637 too. That cycle was like just weird out of nowhere to pull back this huge cycle into nowhere, literally. Time is 3:40. Still ending a super bullish day today. We're up basically $2.83. We are up $4.18 on QQQ almost. The 5-minute on the SPY is still bearish. I mean, maybe VWAP touch coming, but like I wouldn't put too much on it, you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. These candles are weird. Candles are weird. It's going one by one lower. Oh man. Oh man. Fuck. That is crazy. That is crazy. It finally lost it at 340 and it went lower into 340. Yeah, I'm not. This is crazy work. I don't know. I'm seeing the put contract jump like crazy right now, so I don't know. I don't know, man. This is crazy stuff. Time is 3:45. 340 rejection possibly into 345 happening. 340 rejection possibly into 345 happening. Wow. QQQ. Almost shredding. I'm gonna say best safe exit on that one. That's crazy, okay? Best safe exit. I'm gonna say best safe exit on that one, folks, because that's a crazy candle. That is absolutely wild. Looks like the lotto was puts just like yesterday, right? They sold off the calls like crazy and bought them up at the end of the day, right? Today, we sold off the puts crazy. The put was literally at $345 at 3:20 p.m. 22 minutes ago, and it's at $1,200. So that was literally the lotto. 320 shorting into 330, 335, and 345 and beyond is in Valhalla lotto. Okay. Unbelievable. Yep, VWAP touched. That was a setup though. 320 into 330 into 335 into 340 into, you know what I'm saying? Now it's hindsight, right? But like I literally drew these lines for a reason. You know what I'm saying? What did I say earlier, right? When we were up here, who heard me? Please, somebody say in chat who heard me at 3:30. I said, if QQQ loses this, you know, we might have something. And I said, if we, you know what I mean? I kept saying, if we lose something, we might have something, right? Why did I go? Because we were literally hovering right there, about to lose it. And where did I leave into? Losing it. So, I'm sorry, I didn't know the lotto was gonna be dump into close like this. But yeah, same thing that's happening yesterday, same thing happening today. Dump into close. 345. Holy shit. A $325 put just went to $1,300 in 25 minutes. A $325 put went to $1,300 from 320 to 345, right? 320 to 345. Wow. That is a unbelievable and a beautiful sell-off to a beautifully bullish day. Like yesterday was crazy, and to close today, literally same thing. Data gaming like crazy. Market index manipulation at its finest. Okay, guys, I'm gonna say best safe exit here. Previous day 9:30 open. Why? Because that's what happened yesterday. Okay, it might even be a best safe exit right now. All right, I'm just saying if it does go. Nah, I can't. You know, I can't. The thing is though, it's so risky to think like that. It is a done move. It is a done move, technically speaking. But this is what happened yesterday. We were selling off, and then we went to up to literally the midpoint. So, right, we sold off, and then we broke out, and then we went to the midpoint. Let's see. Time is 3:50. This is 3:50. People are selling crazy. That does not mean we go, but that literally means time is 3:50 and there's 3:55, and that means there's one single checkpoint left until 4 p.m. close. Right, they can sell it off into 4. That is true. Everything is saying they're going to. Okay, I'm not doing it though. Everything is saying that they're going to does not mean they're going to. Okay, all it means is they did. That's all it means. So whoever shorted, right, here, lotto short, right? Whoever left with me, whoever did it, unbelievable payout into 350, 345, 350. Let's see what happens into close 350. We are below VWAP. We could get a bounce or we could not. But I mean, this little small cycle, 10 minutes left, right, in the market is also, there's a lot of hope in everything. You know what I'm saying? Everything. But in order for them to do this, they had to do this, if that makes sense. In order for them to do this and to end the day, they had to do this, and yeah, just cycle and time, everything crazy. But playing out. We're at VWAP. I want to see what other names did. Tesla went to 317. I was eyeing of buying a put earlier here, but like, I don't know how much money that would have printed 0 DT, you know what I mean? Probably a decent amount, but yeah, 327.5 put I was eyeing earlier. NVIDIA, the market is green today, so Friday green, Monday could be green. Trying to bounce into close. Google went flying, so who knows what's going to happen with Google into next week. Apple. Wow. Time is 3:50. Time is 3:50 itself. And some sort of algo candle coming. Some sort of algo candle coming right below VWAP. QQQ bouncing at 350. Technically a bounce, okay? Where is the target? If they do run, it would be the midpoint of this drop, right? But I mean, they don't have to. Time is 3:50. There's 3:55 left in this 4 p.m. close. Time is 3:51. Consecutive candles coming in green. QQQ is bear trapping everybody off the floor. Not off the floor, but off of 350, right? So bear trapping these previous 9:30 a.m. touch hopers maybe. We're at the midpoint on QQQ, right? So this is basically calls if they went in at 350, best safe exit. If some crazy pro went in that nuclear weird candle, this might be best safe exit coming up for them at 355. Time is 350 still. 355 in 25 seconds. 25 seconds. Look at where QQQ is, right? Hit the previous day HOD. 1220 level again. Ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? Guys, before you head out today, please hit the like button. Alright, and if you guys head out a little bit earlier than others, hope you all have a great weekend. Thank you all. Hope you all have a beautiful weekend and enjoy your beautiful time off with your family and loved ones and yourself. Go read a book, go to the library, go to the beach or something. Go enjoy life. Go take a walk. Go take a walk or something. That's what I found out to do. This is 3:55 on the weekend when I'm not working. I'm just enjoying life. Go for a walk. Take a break from everything you're doing. And then come back as a refreshed person. Okay, so this is previous day 9:30 a.m. Hopers getting trapped into 3:55, okay? This is the last checkpoint before 4 p.m. Last checkpoint before 4 p.m. Let's see what happens here. MACD coming in bullish at the last 5 minutes. That is crazy, right? One singular 5-minute candle at 350 into 355. One singular candle. Looks like we're closing with a divergence at the roof. QQQ in all-time high territories. Wow. So this is a payout from 350 into 355, right? 350 into 355, lotto calls winning. All these bears getting completely thrown away, right? 350 into 355, calls winning crazy. They're almost at the HOD. I'm not gonna say they're gonna set a HOD into 359, but like yeah, some crazy stuff, right? Lotto time. MACD completely bearish and then turned off right at 345 into 350. Look at where we hit the midpoint, right? So what did I say? I said if somebody goes long here, the safe exit would be somewhere here, the midpoint of the 320 to 350 drop. Right, QQQ already hit that at 351, right, and they went higher than that. SPY hit that right at 354. So I'm gonna say best safe exit for lotto calls 1 minute ago. Best safe exit for lotto calls 1 minute ago. Someone did go in at 350. We'll see what happens in the 4 p.m. 5 minutes left, so for the next 4 minutes is gonna count as 3:55, and then something's gonna happen into 4 p.m. Or it's just gonna be 4 p.m. Nothing's gonna happen until 4 p.m. Everything already happened until 4 p.m. Alright guys, everything already happened until 4 p.m. We're just seeing how it closes. Let's go look at this in the SPX candle though, okay? We'll go look at this in the SPX candle, how the lotto played out on the 5-minute candle time frame. Right? 320, 325, 330, right? 335, 345, 350, and 350. Sorry, excuse me. 350 bounce into 355, right? And the candle closes in 3 minutes. So I told you best safe exit for calls 1 minute ago, right? But yeah, a lot of stuff going on. Let's see. We are right back at the 1035 HOD. Resistance turned into support, right? Everybody please remember this into the future, okay? Previous pivot point turned into support and resistance, right? Man, I'm telling you, this is what I mean by they use different things different day every single time. But there are certain things that make this shit into a system. There's nothing. It's just closing. MACD bullish, volume bullish, candle bullish, but just a 5 minute just recover it. Right, pump up, pull back, pump up. Right, I was literally calling that out. I was wanting to go on that, and then pull back a little bit, pump up, and then pull back into close, and then holding the previous HOD pivot points, all that. So crazy work. Here's Trump. Oh, my bad. I didn't know he was live.
Documents and very important elements to the agreement. The country of Armenia and Azerbaijan are committing to stop all fighting forever, open up commerce, travel, and diplomatic relations, and respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity. So importantly, and I just spent a lot of time with these two men. I think they're going to have a great relationship.
And then there was a lotto call right in 10 minutes. Look at that.
They didn't see each other that much.
10 minutes.
They probably will. I think they're going to have. I think you two are going to have a great relationship. I have no doubt. And if you don't, call me and I'll straighten it out.
I think we're closing in between the two pivot points like this.
Very importantly, we have also resolved the key issue that foiled previous negotiations. This declaration establishes what they are calling a great honor for me. I didn't ask for this. The Trump route for international peace and prosperity, which is a special transit area that will allow Azerbaijan to get full access to its territory of Nakhchivan while fully respecting Armenia's sovereignty. So they're going to be able to really live and work together, and it's amazing. So that's a very important territory, I guess, very special territory to you, and now they work together. Armenia is also creating an exclusive partnership with the United States to develop this corridor, which could extend for up to 99 years. And then they promise in 99 years they'll extend it, right? You'll promise. But we anticipate significant infrastructure development by American companies. They're very anxious to go in to these two countries, and they're going to spend a lot of money, which will economically benefit all three of our nations. This is incredibly positive news for the future of the entire region, and it's a very important region, as you know. Additionally, the U.S. is signing a bilateral agreement with both countries to expand cooperation in energy, trade, and technology, including AI. And in terms of energy, Chris is here representing our country, and there's nobody better than Chris Wright. And Chris, I understand it's very fertile. It's a very fertile area. So I appreciate everything you've done. You've done amazingly well. We've got the gasoline prices coming way down from where they were. And it's really been something to watch. We are drilling like we haven't drilled in many years. I guess I could say ever before, and we just started.
Bye, everybody.
We're also lifting restrictions on defense cooperation between Azerbaijan and the United States of America. The president, that's a big deal. Unless, is that important to you? I think so. That was pretty good. They're very happy about that. So am I. As president, my highest aspiration is to bring peace and stability to the world. Today's signing follows our success with India and Pakistan. They were going at it. They were going at it big, and they were great, two great leaders that came together just prior to what would have been a tremendous conflict, as you know, a nuclear conflict probably. Also the Congo and Rwanda. Now that was one which was going on for 31 years. You have them beat. 35 years you had them beat. But that was going on for 31 years, and we have it all done, and people are very happy. That was a rough one. That was nasty. 7 million people that they know of died. Also, just recently, Thailand and Cambodia, that was one that was just starting. That 2,000 people were dead on the border.
Full recovery into
but it was just starting.
The whole lotto
and
run,
I was talking to one of the two nations on trade, and I said, I'm not going to sign a trade deal if you guys are going to fight. And I got the other one.
They probably would have done it too.
Again, great leadership, like Thailand and Cambodia. And before it got started beyond that first couple of days, we stopped the war. And they've had wars periodically, very much as you two have had
3 minutes, 4 minutes.
Long-term wars, and we got it stopped. And the two, again, I find in all cases, they're great leaders. If they didn't agree, I would say they're lousy leaders, to be honest with you, but they did agree. And so Thailand and Cambodia, Serbia and Kosovo, we got something stopped that was ready to start. We didn't like that one. We didn't like it at all, and we saved a lot of lives. And numerous others. In addition, as you know, we took out the nuclear capability of Iran. And to use a term that people tried to dispute without any knowledge, it was obliterated. That's been confirmed by the Atomic Energy Commissions, everybody, that's totally obliterated. They might try again, but they're going to have to try a new site because they are, and I want to just say our military, we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment and military manufacturing anywhere in the world, nobody even close. And that sort of proved it. So getting rid of that threat from the Middle East was very big. And I think a lot of people are going to be joining right now the Abraham Accords. It's going to be very important. So hopefully we're going to have many more successes. I hope we're not going to have too many more in this field because hopefully we're not going to be seeing too many more wars. But I came in and this whole world was on fire. All these things were sort of happening. We've only been here for 6 months. The world was on fire. We took care of just about every fire, and we're working on another one that you're reporting on very strongly with Russia, Ukraine, and we'll have some more information for you a little bit later. But I want to ask these two very special people. Again, I've gotten to know them. They're very special people, and I think they have the potential to have a great personal relationship, which is always good, but also a great just relationship. And if I might, may I ask you to say a few words, sir?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, thank you for invitation. It's a big honor to be invited by the President of the United States for this historic event. Actually, we are writing a new history in a bilateral interstate relationship between the United States and Azerbaijan. We are starting the path towards a strategic partnership. The Charter on Strategic Partnership will be elaborated within several months, and that is a historic achievement for Azerbaijan, because to be in the format of strategic partnership with the greatest country of the world is a great opportunity and also a very big responsibility. And this strategic partnership format embraces so many important areas: mutual investment, trade, energy, connectivity, transit, AI, defense sales, counterterrorism. So all these areas where we had and hopefully will have very active cooperation in the future. So it opens a lot of opportunities for Azerbaijan to continue its path of development, to diversify its economy, to keep unemployment low as it is today, and to look to the future with great optimism. Also, I'm very grateful to Mr. President that he today lifted the restrictions which been imposed on Azerbaijan back in 1992, just only 1 year after Azerbaijan restored its independence. These restrictions have been imposed on us. So after 33 years, these restrictions have been lifted just today. So really, it's a day which will be remembered by the people of Azerbaijan with a feeling of pride and gratitude to President Trump for his attitude to Azerbaijan, for his vision, for not only for our region. We were exchanging views today, and I said that within several months he managed to put an end to conflicts in Asia, in Africa, and now in Southern Caucasus. What we could not achieve for more than 30 years. We had to sacrifice lives. We had to fight two very bad wars with a lot of casualties. And if not for President Trump and his team, and our great friend, Mr. Witkov and his team, probably today, Armenia and Azerbaijan would have been again in this endless process of negotiations. So really, it's a historic day. We are today establishing peace in the Caucasus, which will open great opportunities, not only for our region. And as President Trump correctly mentioned, the Trump route for international peace and prosperity, which will create new connectivity lines, which will lift the walls, and which will create connectivity opportunities for so many countries, with investments, with prosperity, with stability. You know, Azerbaijan and Armenia, we became independent at the same time as a result of the collapse of the Soviet Union. But at that time already, we were at war. So we lost a lot of years just being preoccupied with wars and occupation and bloodshed. So today, historic day, also is because we bring peace. President Trump brings peace to Caucasus, and we're grateful for that. And I'm sure that Armenia and Azerbaijan will find courage and responsibility to reconcile, and also the people will reconcile. We will turn the page of standoff, confrontation, and bloodshed, and provide bright and safe future for our children. So I'm very happy because today we're writing the great new history. And once again, Mr. President, thank you for all what you are doing for us, for our region, and for the whole world.
The first week of August, ending green. SPX ending green.
Great leaders. How long have you been at in the leadership position?
22 years.
22 years. That's pretty good. That means he's tough and smart. And it's an amazing part of the world. Congratulations.
Thank
what
you.
a great honor to be involved.
Thank you very much.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have reached a significant milestone in Armenia-Azerbaijani relations. We're laying a foundation to write a better story than the one we had in the past. This breakthrough would be simply not have been possible without President Trump's personal engagement and his resolute commitment to peace in our region. The initiating of peace agreement will pave the way to end the decades of conflict between our countries and open a new era based on the full respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of each other. Today's declarations, which President Trump personally will sign as well as witness, gives confidence and assurance that we are opening a chapter of peace, prosperity, security, and economic cooperation in the South Caucasus. In this context, allow me to highlight the agreement on opening transport communications in the region based on the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and jurisdiction. I'm particularly thrilled that together with the US, Armenia will work to bring to life the trip Trump wrote for peace and prosperity a connectivity project that will unlock the entire region. TRIP will unlock strategic economic opportunities that will create long-term benefits. It will promote infrastructure investment, enhance regional connectivity, and strengthen U.S. leadership as a champion of conflict resolution. I want to thank President Trump and his team for brokering this game-changing outcome between Armenia and Azerbaijan. This is a great deal we've achieved today. This is a success for our countries and for our region, and a success for the world, because a more peaceful region means a safer world. This is peace through strength in a neutral. Mr. President, today's great achievement is yet another testimony to your global leadership and your legacy as a statesman and a peacemaker on the world stage.
Right,
Bringing peace required vision, political courage, and determination. But what is most important is that the